Ravello, April 17th, 1993. I have a number of things going through my mind. Some seem more urgent than others, but none wants to line itself up in an orderly narrative. First, the white cat. She is a stray that has lived with us for 7 years. She is sitting on my hand, bumping her forehead against my chin, and I am disturbed that her ears are not only covered with bloody scabs, but a spike-like tumor decorates the tip of the right ear. Cancer? She knows that we are going away because the baggage is in the hall. Baggage. The mind shifts from the cat's ear to the Naples, Frankfurt, Washington, D.C. airports. Despite half a beta blocker this morning, I can feel my blood pressure rise. In Washington, I will visit the Kennedy Center, where they are showing, all during April, the 30 or so movies that I refer to in screening history, the films that I grew up with. I will introduce That Hamilton Woman. What to say? Then a chat at the Shakespeare Folger Library. Improvise? Then Chicago, where I perform in a Warner Brothers movie starring Joe Pesci. I play a Harvard law professor who mixes in high policy, a scoundrel like Henry Kissinger. The story is more charming fable than real life in the American academic governmental jungle, where evil, my character, must struggle for the soul of a Harvard student with a Whitman-esque bum who lives in the stacks of the Widener Library. A nice touch. At 10, I wanted to be a movie star like Mickey Rooney. At 67, I am one, and not unlike the current Mickey Rooney, in appearance, if not in talent. I have just come from the cisterna above the house, set in a jungle that a team of gardeners is clearing away, revealing old walls, paths, rare trees, a whole new property with rich earth. The air intoxicates. We are in a planting mood. The furniture from the Rome flat, given up after 30 years, is slowly fitting in down here. Much confusion over the placement of this and that. I have a powerful urge to burn everything, past included. I think it is at 50 that the good Buddhist takes to the road with no possessions, only a begging bowl. I am overdue. I have just been studying a poll that pretends to investigate the sex lives of Americans. It is wonderfully preposterous. Average woman has 2 sexual partners in her life. But it will be useful when the dictatorship is in place and the aberrant woman who chooses a 3rd partner can be punished. Apparently, only 2% of the male population has ever had a homosexual experience. 45 years ago, it was 37%. Are there now entirely different preferences, to use a loaded political word? Due to the fear of AIDS, or to the general unattractiveness of the American male, now the fattest on earth? Or did the Pentagon fix the poll in order to keep that now insignificant minority gaze, the weirdly inappropriate word used to describe a non-existent category, from serving in the military without harassment or concealment or disgrace? Interestingly, all the questioners of the men were women. As a result, over 30% of those approached refused to participate, while the rest were obliged to lie. After all, to tell a strange woman that you had no intention of ever fucking anyone of her sex could be construed as a harassment on a titanic scale, not to mention posing a grave threat to the baby supply, punishable by death in a free society. Last year, in a book called The Day America Told the Truth, a megapoll discovered that 91% of our population admits to lying regularly. Of course, if 91% were lying to the megapollsters about their propensity for lying, one is back to the oldest of recorded jokes. All Cretans are liars, said a Cretan. True or false? Now it is June 7th, equatorial heat. I am home from the trip to the United States. I arrived at the Kennedy Center in a storm. Ugly movie theater. Intelligent audience. Even so, the usual bewildered question. Why, asked a young woman, does this story of Lord Nelson glorify war? I explained that that was why the film was made, to glorify resistance to a predator tyrant like Hitler. British propaganda in the 30s and 40s was most effectively deployed in Hollywood films so that the American people would be emotionally ready to fight, yet again, with England against Germany. But the questioner was mystified. She just knew that all war was bad somehow, and though, from first-hand experience, I inclined to her view, I did suggest that it was not such a good thing for her, or for anyone, to be so unaware of history. Once we had been attacked by Japan, we had no choice except to fight back. Naturally, she identified war entirely with men. Once women are in power, war will be politically incorrect, as Mrs. Thatcher demonstrated. The Elizabethan gallery at the Folger Library is reminiscent of Chastleton, the last inhabited pure Tudor house, where once, on an icy February morning, I performed 2 Shakespeare sonnets for British television. One was my favourite, the 35th, which begins, "No more be grieved at that which thou hast done." I was introduced by a St. Albans classmate, Barrett Prettyman, now a constitutional lawyer nobly opposed to the death penalty. In the audience, a dozen people from my past, including Otzi Leiter and Evangeline Bruce, as well as Roger Stevens, who produced my play The Best Man, only to end up as a White House courtier as well as creator of the Kennedy Center, a real estate metaphor for the arts in America. As a member of the Advisory Council on the Arts, my advice had been, don't build the center. I was at the groundbreaking. The Kennedys were all on display. Hudy and Janet, too. President Johnson wore a white camel's hair coat and a suit of rich green never before seen on a first magistrate, or perhaps anywhere else on earth. He shoveled the dirt with casual contempt, more Kennedy gravedigger than keeper of the flame. 2 weeks in Chicago was a pleasant distraction. To be an actor in a movie is to be out of time and space. The part keeps driving everything else out of my head. During the long waits in my trailer, I find it hard to read even the Chicago Tribune as the unconscious mind deals with the part to be played. Happily, I have no anxiety about learning lines. My dialogue is written on cards scattered around the set. All I need to concentrate on is energy. Joe Pesci munches hard candies, suggests I do the same thing, quick energy. The days are long, 7 in the morning until 7 in the evening. Then I go watch the rushes of the previous day. The director is 28. Last year he did a documentary about the omnisexual singer Madonna, who rings or faxes him every day. I am the most hated woman in the world, she wrote, with what I assume, hope, is pleasure. 3 boys and 1 girl in the cast. The boy that I work with is so soft-spoken in our scenes that I can barely hear him. Then, rather late, I realized that with the latest sound technology, actors have taken to whispering into the mic, which adds considerably to their character range, while I continue to speak as in life. Happily, Joe Pesci is satisfyingly loud in our big scene before several hundred students. I have always hated making eye contact on camera because my concentration, not much to begin with, dissipates when I look at someone else. I am told that when Ronald Reagan was a film actor, he never made eye contact either. Lack of concentration? But when my character is in a rage at being outdone in his own lecture hall by Pesci, I finally look him in the eye. An electrical switch is turned on, and I start to get his energy, which is formidable. Later, Paul Newman rang. When I told him what I'd done, he said, "Well, that's the whole fun of acting, finding out all these things with other people. I've never understood how you loners do it." I arrive back in Ravello. 3 new offers to act, but the agent is firm. The parts are too small. Now I begin to fret about a visit to 7 German cities, as well as Oslo and Salzburg in July for the USIA and my German publisher. For years I was a non-person in Germany, as was any critic of the American Empire, whose eastmost province was Germany. But the legions are now in retreat, and critics of the imperial American system are suddenly of interest to the Teutonic tribes. I don't look forward to the rushing about, a different city a day. I also have no speech ready and no clear idea what line to take. The migration of tribes will, I suppose, be the theme, a subject full of danger, which is attractive. We are in for a century or two of race wars, unless, of course, nuclear weapons are employed early on, in which case we join the dinosaurs, our irradiated remains shining in the museums of our heirs, the sage cockroaches. The house is full of workmen. The electrician, rather sulky, has come and gone with the telephone, so I cannot ring out. The carpenter repairs furniture, carefully replacing 18th-century patina with a bright and shiny chocolate veneer whose formula will die with him. The cook has gone to the village to do the shopping. In this heat, tuna fish salad. A characteristic of Italy is that no job is ever properly finished, thus maintaining an eternal and often highly irritable relationship between contractor and artisan. For the artisan, a finished job is like a finished tomb was for Pharaoh, a signal that he is now ready to die. My own mood is irritable this morning. A kaleidoscope of impressions keeps thought at bay. My collected essays have just been published. The reviews are arriving. I look at them. Howard reads them. As the book represents 40 years of essay writing, the reception is benign. I am plainly at the end of the road. So, I suspect, is literature, a serious matter that I cannot say I take very seriously. Each culture plays the games it needs to play. The novel has given way to the audiovisual, just as interactive computers now replace conversation and sex for Americans, if that recent poll is to be believed. Not to want was the Buddha's recipe for the blessed absence of pain. As it has turned out, I have got so much more than I ever wanted or needed that I am close to serenity. Even so, when I wake up, I take my blood pressure. Normal this morning. Blood sugar, too. Were I to follow the Buddha's fivefold way, I should not bother about such things. I look about the room where I have been at work for almost a quarter-century. Proofs of unread novels accumulate on the coffee table. I sit at a large table that was in the house when we bought it. Everything since Burr has been written at this table. Lately, we have acquired a television set to watch the news on CNN and old movies. Video cassettes are beginning to crowd out the books. To the left of the fireplace, a chiaroscuro Neapolitan painting by Viola. Typical of early 18th century South German painting, boomed the journalist Joe Alsop. As Joe was an expert on everything, he was generally wrong on almost everything, particularly his subject, politics. For 30 years we were losing to communism, according to Joe. He was a romantic goose, but endearing. To the right, a Eugene Berman painting, a ruin whose perspective is slightly off. Eugene lived in Rome, surrounded by a vast illegally acquired Etruscan collection that the director John Huston tried illegally to buy. Where is it now? Eugene was a friend of Carmen Angleton, sister of James Jesus Angleton, the madman of the CIA, and an associate of my sister's friend Cord Meyer, whose wife, a mistress of Jack Kennedy, was mysteriously murdered and her diary vanished, supposedly taken by Angleton. Everything has so many chains of association in our unexpectedly Jacobean republic that nothing any longer surprises. Ordinarily, I don't think much about the past. A friend was surprised to hear me say that there was not one moment of my past that I would like to relive. Apparently, I am unlike others in this. In fact, everyone I've put that question to has a list of times and places and people to be revisited. I am only at home in the present, and view with dislike the numerous letters from biographers. On my desk there are now 2 new requests for recollection, of Alec Guinness and Terry Southern. Who next? I like both, but what on earth has one got to say about either that will be interesting? Little anecdotes are not my style. Of course, I could review their life work, but I charge for writing reviews. When I last saw Alec, he was about to move into the Connaught Hotel in London, where I was staying. "Good," he said. "We shall see each other. I shall be filming for a month in town. A TV thing." I said that, alas, I was leaving the next day for Pittsburgh. "Why Pittsburgh?" "I, too, am filming a movie. As an actor, this time." Alec's pale brows knit. "A television film?" he asked. "No, a theatrical film." The eyes became, as Daphne du Maurier would say, mere slits. "How long will you be in Pittsburgh?" When I answered 2 days, he sighed with quiet pleasure. "Ah, a small part." While filming With Honors in Chicago, I was told that since the star, Joe Pesci, had a degree of control over the cast, the producer proposed 5 names to him for the part of the villainous Harvard professor. 4 English actors and me. Alec's name headed the list. Pesci is supposed to have said, "Why do we always have to get an English asshole for this sort of part when we have one of our own?" Thus, I was hired. The above is a demonstration of how memory works, or doesn't work. One thing recalls another, and then the mind starts to shape the material. As I am supposed to be remembering myself, I am central to these memories. I am, however, happier to be at the edge, as one is in an essay, studying someone else or what someone else has made art of, like Alec's splendid caricature of Kenneth Tynan in The Lavender Hill Mob, eerily precise, even down to the way that Ken, who was to die of emphysema, stagily held a cigarette between ring and little fingers. Ken also, I am sure, because of his lifelong stammer, was the player king in Alec's Hamlet. What was Ken's performance like? Alec sighed. He elected to play the part as a Chinese, a curious choice. But then I was bad, too. The only original thing about the production was that I insisted that there be no staircases on the set. I have found in life, if not on stage, that I have never had an intelligent conversation with anyone, much less a monologue, on the stairs of my house. It is early winter, 1945. The war has just ended. In a few months, I shall be out of the army. The bar is already crowded at sundown. I enter the bar, a 20-year-old warrant officer. Suddenly, I see the merchant mariner from the Olympic Hotel in Seattle. I say hello. He stares at me for a moment, then frowns and says, "Oh," and turns away. I am tempted to have a second go with him, reversing roles. I am now 6 feet tall and 10 pounds heavier than before. He is as he was. Blue eyes, straight, thick, black hair combed straight back. He wears yellow socks to show he is not military. Abruptly, sensing my plan for him, he left, for good now, except in fantasy. I drink beer at the bar. Under my arm, a modern library edition of Pepys' diary. From behind me, someone quotes, "And so to bed." Pepys's usual last line for a journal entry. I turn. A small, grinning, bespectacled civilian tells me, all in a rush, that he is Kimon Fryer, a Greek-American poet and critic and professor, and he has a theory of the art of poetry which he calls the Medusa, and he will be happy to tell me all about it in some secluded place. I take him up to my father's Fifth Avenue apartment, overlooking Central Park. Kimon is unduly impressed by the apartment. He tells me that he comes from a working-class immigrant family, but poetry has given him wings. I tell him that my first novel has been accepted by Dutton. He doesn't believe me, but he wants, compulsively, to talk about poetry. In those days I thought mistakenly that I was a poet, too, and so we talked for a long time. Kimon had already mastered the art of not listening to others with an air of attention. This is a necessity when you are in the army or psychiatry, but a demerit, I would think, in a schoolteacher. Once Kimon saw that sex was out of the question and realized that Willowa was actually being published, he became interested in my case, if not work. Novels did not interest him. Poetry was his passion. Since I am drawn to obsessive types, I found him agreeable. When not cruising the Astor Bar, Kimon taught poetry, wrote about poetry, and presently, while teaching at Amherst, became mentor to the undergraduate James Merrill, whose father, he announced triumphantly, is a lot richer than yours. Kimon's vulgarity is, a never-ending, never-failing joy. In due course, at his insistence, I went to hear him lecture at the YMHA. From Kimon's description, I had expected an auditorium crowded with hundreds of people. Instead, there were a dozen rather damp young men and women in a small classroom. I sat next to an exotic silver-taloned woman with brown-red dyed hair. In those days, dyed hair was not as universal as now. She wore a hat like that of Mary Stuart in the famous portrait. Kimon Fryer introduced me to Anais Nin, 1903 to 1977, whom I had recently read about in The New Yorker. She was the latest of the literary ladies with whom the critic Edmund Wilson would fall in love after first giving them a good review. I said to her, "You look like Mary Stuart." She said, soft voice, French accent, "Does that mean you will cut my head off?" As it turned out, it was she, not I, who was the keeper of the axe, in the form of a diary begun at the age of 11 and still, to this day, being published by her devoted heirs. I suspect there will never be an end to these publications. The diaries comprise 35,000 handwritten pages. Also, she constantly revised the text in order to conform it to her changing view of those whom she had let into her life with such hope, only to have hope turn, usually more soon than late, to disappointment, or, in my case, to a chagrin d'amour that eventually became a fureur. Anais was, and remained to the end, the wife of a long-suffering American banker named Hugh Geiler. Under the name Ian Hugo, he did engravings and made surreal films, rather like those of Maya Deren. In 1931, Anais began an affair with the down-and-out Henry Miller in Paris. When war came, he retreated to California while she and Hugo returned to New York, and to what she had already decided would be a legendary career, based largely on the existence of the diaries which Miller had celebrated in terms that might have turned the head of Aphrodite, but not that of Anais, who had been named for an Egyptian goddess, usually depicted with helmet, shield, and battle-axe. Although the ostensible subject of the diaries, as of her life, is love, the actual theme is deception. I have the latest installment on my desk. Incest, from a Journal of Love, the unexpurgated diary of Anais Nin, 1932 to 1934. Hot stuff, plainly. The dust jacket is an ominous mauve and beige. Our heroine is now 30 years old, living near Paris at Louveciennes. As always, she is passionately in love, this time with herself. I am so marvelous to talk to that he, Henry Miller, almost forgets to fuck me. I experience a strange, resigned pang, this acceptance that the mind in me eclipses the woman. She deceives husband Hugh with Henry Miller, then Miller with her psychiatrist. Then there is a second psychiatrist whom she beds, as well as several friends of them all. Finally, Joaquin Nin, her pianist father, comes back into her life. He had abandoned her and her mother in New York 20 years earlier, and now she seduces him, too. This was the fairly covert theme of House of Incest, a book that Wilson admired back in the 40s, despite its vatic style. I, too, was ensorcelled, a favorite Neen verb, by her for a time. From the beginning, Anais wanted to publish the diaries. At one point, she allowed Maxwell Geismar, a critic of the day, to read the lot. Later, when the diaries began to appear, he wrote a piece warning readers that she was drastically rewriting in order to settle, as Mary McCarthy would put it, everyone's hash. Unable to get her novels published in the 1940s, she printed them herself, and thus gained a degree of underground fame. Finally, I bullied Dutton into publishing This Hunger, whose first edition is dedicated to me. Over the years, her portraits of me darkened. I have just read, in a breathy account of Anaïs's life by a young Frenchwoman, that I turned against Anaïs, because I read in the diaries that she thought me a talentless gigolo. The inventor of this clinker has outdone her role model, whose lies were far more artful. In any case, I'm only disturbed if the phrase means that I had no talent as a gigolo. I believe that this is actionable in law, even if proof is no longer demonstrable by me in life. Lying is an accursed vice, wrote Montaigne. It is only our words which bind us together and make us human. If we realize the horror and weight of lying, we would see that it is more worthy of the stake than other crimes. Once let the tongue acquire the habit of lying, and it is astonishing how impossible it is to make it give it up. There are, of course, liars and liars. There are those who must lie constantly for expediency, like the Kennedys and their apologists. Eugene McCarthy, in his mock, bemused way, observed that Jack used to tell you lies. Bobby told lies about you, and Teddy lies about himself. Now, is there a moral progression here of any kind? Obviously, sexual buccaneers who want to succeed in American politics must lie all the time, and I do not think that Montaigne would have objected to this sort of protective lying in a society whose mores one must pretend to honor in order to survive. Even Montaigne's friend Henry IV thought Paris worth a mass. My own tendency to lie is seldom indulged in except when picking up a stranger. Then, with real delight, I invent a new character for myself, one that I think will appeal to my quarry. Since there will be only one encounter, I don't think these impersonations come under Montaigne's injunction. Of course, I was never more than a part-time politician, and so I can afford to be virtuous and ignore the rules of that particular guild, or, as a senator said to me after Jimmy Carter's announcement to the American people that he would never lie to them, "Now Carter wants to deny the very nature of politics." In Anaïs's defense, I suppose that as a self-liberated woman still living in a man's world and brought up a Spanish Catholic, to be a Doña Joana, her phrase, meant numerous disguises. But, by the end, lying had become her first, not second, nature. Yet even that would not have mattered so much had she not set herself up as a diarist who told the absolute truth. From Incest. Lies, to explain to Henry why I could not spend this week with him. Inventions, color, drama. To explain to Allende why I still go out one evening a week. Lies to Fred to attenuate effect of Henry's furious cruelties because Fred steals a kiss now and then. Lies to conceal from the world my struggles against bad health. Lies to Hugo to preserve his security. Lies to Amelia. Lies to Joaquin to calm his jealousy. The only person I do not lie to is my journal. But in the end, the journal proved to be the greatest lie of all, as she constantly rearranged the scenarios of her life to suit what the old Stalinists would call new necessities. By the end, I don't think even Anaïs knew who was who and what was what, as opposed to how she was currently reinventing everyone. I do know that she hated satire, wit, intelligence, always cold, of course. So it was that a very mature Marie Corelli met a very young Jonathan Swift, well, H.L. Mencken. In one sense, bad luck all around. In another, she gave me my most original, or so I thought, creation. As I read Incest, I realized that something which I had always taken to be unique, the voice of Myra Breckenridge, was actually that of Anais in all the flowing megalomania of the diaries. Of course, I had not read the diaries then, but even so, if only for that one thundering voice, I am forever in her debt. I didn't intend to read Incest, but the first page made me laugh, and so, with true delight, I read straight through to the end. On every page there is something that gives pleasure, and if one knew the diarist, there is a strange sort of resonance to the prose, to the humorless obsession with herself and with those to whom she assigns parts in a vast autodrama through which she canters on her donkey, always in disguise and always the same. Henry is singing and working, flowing, and I exhaust my newborn strength on him. But there is a terrible flaw in Henry. He was accustomed to his wife, June, always mounting him. This discovery was a great shock to me. All this caused a great revolt in my femininity. I cursed my blindness. Earlier, she had made the mistake of falling for a fag cousin. Now the quintessentially macho Henry Miller is turning lavender on her too. Defiantly, I must abandon him as a lover. I do not want to be the leader. I refuse to be the leader. I want a man lying over me, always over me. So that she might lie to the man lying over her? Here Anais parts company with holy Myra, who was definitely in the business of leadership. Eventually, Henry does get on top, and that crisis is resolved. But soon she will find other reasons for falling out with him, as she does with everyone. But then what mere man could possibly give her the strength that she gave others? She resembled Nina, in her conviction that she and she alone could so energize men that they would flow like great rivers into the sea of glory, leaving behind, thrown to one side, the source of their strength, the selfless, the giving, the ultimately used up and discarded woman. What hurts in caricature is when it approaches truth. Yet for me, the Anais of the diary is beyond caricature, thanks to her unique inability to see herself and others not as they are, none of us has that gift, but at least as recognizable human types. Tonight I'm terrified of my own inexorable goodness. I do not live for myself. I find it impossible to believe that I once listened to all this with perfect seriousness. Anais was also an adept in psychoanalysis and astrology, two superstitions that have never attracted me. Once she tried to get me to an analyst to thaw my coldness. She made much of my having been frozen, symbolism in the Aleutians, further buttressing the theme that I had been abandoned by my mother. Obsessively, she imposed her own story on others. As her father had abandoned her at 11, so my mother had abandoned me. Magari, as the Italians say. Would that she had! In due course, Anaïs's potted Freudian plant bloomed in Time magazine. When hot-tempered Nina saw this shameless hogwash, she wrote her infamous letter. Far from having abandoned me, she had not only written my books, but she had also created my father's airlines, all the while managing to be a pretty swell guy, quite used to getting the short end of the stick in life's rodeo. Nina and Anais were well matched, but I don't know how or why, having rid myself of the first, I acquired the second, who was born, as I tactlessly told her, in the same year as Nina, 1903. That day, at the YMHA, I was 20, Anais 42. She called me Chérie, after Colette's eponymous young man. Gigolo? Here is her final, at least published thus far, version of our first meeting. Kimon Fryer asked me to attend his lecture on love at the YMHA. Surely the subject was not love, but his Medusa theory of poetry. She refers to her current state of depression, also to her small, heart-shaped black hat with a pearl edging shaped like Mary Stuart's hat. Kimon lectured at the head of a long table. At the foot of the table, one chair was empty. I took it. Maya Deren sat a few chairs away. Next to me sat a handsome young lieutenant. During a pause, I leaned over to speak with Maya. She said, "You look dramatic." I said, "I feel like Mary Stuart, who will soon be beheaded." In the tradition of all great stars, she gave my line to herself. The lieutenant leaned over and introduced himself. "I am Warrant Officer Gore Vidal. I am a descendant of Troubadour Vidal." Later, he admitted that he guessed who I was. As I was a warrant officer, I couldn't be a lieutenant, but as she said when she later showed me the text, "You know, I never get those things right." I also said that I would never have used a military title. Anyway, it was Kimon who introduced us. But Anais had nearly 30 years, from 1946 to 1971, to rearrange the text, not to mention past. As of 1971, I am still luminous and manly, near the earth. He is not nebulous, but clear and bright, a contrast to Leonard. Who was Leonard? Did I ever know him? She always had a court of young men about her, mostly clever queens, though there was usually at least one youthful stud for use. He is active, alert, poised. He is tall, slender, cool eyes and sensual mouth. Kimon was lecturing on Plato's Symposium of Love. I have forgotten that detail, which sounds true since she had not read Plato's Symposium. She also had no ear for dialogue. This is what we really said. She, "You have a French name." Me, "Yes, like Père Vidal, the troubadour." Reader, "He's the one who's coming on." Me, "Maybe." I came to call. She lived in a fifth-floor walk-up on 13th Street. There was a glass skylight that she had painted different colors. She and Hugo pretended to be poor artists, and when I took them out to dinner several times, I would always pay the bill, until she finally confessed that Hugo was really a vice president of a large bank, and he should pay. Despite her lack of ear, it is interesting to read what she thinks she hears. It is also curious to watch her turn oneself into herself. Gore said, "At home, our relationships are casual. My father married a young model. I like casual relationships. When you are involved, you get hurt." Although this aria is out of my character, it is very much in hers for me, and so I sing the tune that she has written for me in the opera of herself. In real life, I was not in the least worried about being hurt. Something that I believe is an occupational hazard for selfless, entirely giving women, but hardly for a roaring boy, usually in pursuit of the bodies, not souls, of other roaring boys. Then she really turned me into herself. My father's desertion created the opposite reaction in me. I was always seeking new closeness, greater closeness. So now I am abandoned by my mother and deserted by my poor father, an amiable man who let me live in the servants' room of his flat until I made enough money to move out, our common dream. On the other hand, I was, as she notes, no dream-laden adolescent, and certainly no waif. Unfortunately, that was the only role that she was able to identify with. What did she look like then? Tweezed eyebrows in the 20s manner, beautiful hazel eyes, unbeautiful black upper gum, dead teeth, which she was careful not to show. The body was that of a dancer, very slender, with a long waist, small breasts with pink nipples, like a girl, she said. Like a Dane, I said. She had had a Danish grandparent, mixed in with Spanish, Cuban, French antecedents. I give her Willowaw to read. I am startled by the muted tone, the cool, detached words. It is writing I do not admire. The once frozen young man is not as lifeless as the writing. Action, no feeling. Am I wrong to think there is a potential warmth in him? Is this writing a disguise, a mask, another Hemingway to come? The first alarm bell sounds. Willowaw was a true minimalist sort of novel, and Anais was about as maximum as one could be in her besequined celebrations of the deep inner core of her own being. In fact, her Paris agent of the 30s, William Bradley, enraged her by saying that her novels belonged to the 1840s, which was well observed. She is like George Sand in her romantic, vague, impressionistic scenes, but Sand's own character was monumental in its goodness, and she told no lies. In short, Anais liked pretty writing, while I believed that the plain style was not only harder to write, but more apt to be truthful, the object, I thought in those days, of realistic writing. At about this time, Truman Capote was brought to Anaïs's walk-up. When he met me, he whined, "How does it feel to be an enfant terrible?" She thought his writing truly magical. He detested hers. Le Ronde. I think, dear Gore, that you choose to write about ordinary people in an ordinary world to mask the extraordinary you and the out-of-the-ordinary world in which you live, which is mine. I feel in you imagination, poetry, intuition of worlds you do not trust because they are linked with your emotions and sensibilities, and you have to work far removed from that territory of feeling where danger lies. I must say I could listen to this sort of thing for hours, and did, of course. But privately, she noted, "The direction of Gore's writing distresses me, but at 20 did I know my direction? At 20 I imitated D.H. Lawrence." Eduardo Sanchez, her Cuban cousin, was an astrologer. She quotes from his horoscope of me, "Neptune, making for high illusions, upsets his Venusian life. He is not satisfied with power. What balances him is the power to rebel against authority. Otherwise, this would be a one-sided horoscope." That winter, we acted in a Maya Deren film. The stars are Maya and a Negro girl, Rita. Gore has a prejudice against Negroes, but he joined us anyway. As usual, Anais missed the point, or at least the humor to the point. Servants aside, I had never known any Negroes while growing up, and so, when asked to appear in a film with Rita, I said, "If only my grandmother could see me now." The Gores were Reconstruction Southerners, and though they got on well with our dusky cousinage in master-servant relationships, they did not believe in equality. In response to my teasing on the subject, Dot said, "If any of my descendants ever mixes our blood with theirs, I'll come back and haunt him." I said, "Well, you've got a lot of haunting to do right now, since half the mulattoes in Mississippi are related to us." She changed the subject. A few months after the filmmaking, I brought James Baldwin into Anaïs's life. He was a vivid creature in 1946, full of energy, with a personality that oscillated between Martin Luther King Jr.'s, before the fact, and Betty Davis's, after A Stolen Life. In the spring, I tried to get Dutton to publish Jimmy's Cry Holy, later to be known as Go Tell It on the Mountain. I can still see the neatly typed manuscript in 2 torn cardboard boxes on my desk at 200 4th Avenue. The book was rejected. The publisher told me, "I'm from Virginia." On the film, Ritual in Transfigured Time, Anais wrote that Maya was looking for the spontaneous, the accidental. Gore and I decided to act pretty much as we do when we are together, a mixture of playfulness, key words, seriousness, and connections with what we are writing. I have just seen the film for the first time. I look like the second lead in a Paramount musical. Anais looks haggard. She is also annoyed at Maya, which comes through in her performance. Maya herself appears in the film, slow-eyed, almost beautiful, with a tough wit that Anais detested. Maya was also capable of great candor, a trait not calculated to ingratiate her with a romantic legend. Anais was ensorcelled by the word legend, and though she knew that she was not yet a full-fledged universal legend, she was certainly the only myth living on 13th Street, because if it were 10th Street, she would have had to compete with the legend of Jane Bowles, whom she once stopped on the sidewalk as Jane's husband, Paul Bowles, walked on. When Jane rejoined Paul, she told him who the strange-looking woman was. "So why did she stop you?" he asked. As always, Jane was literal and straightforward. She said that she felt that she had to tell me herself what a bad writer I am. "People tell me Gore is arrogant and boastful. I have never seen that." I don't think people did, either. I had not written anything worth boasting about. On the other hand, to be published at my age caused resentment, and so if I was not arrogant and boastful, I ought to have been, and therefore, by the inflexible American law of reputation, I was. Rather worse, I did have political opinions, something unheard of in the circles that I was now frequenting. As it turned out, I never could bear the fashion magazine world that dominated the arts in New York, a world obsessed with decoration, whether of a stage set or of a prose style. What in the name of God am I doing here? I kept thinking. Although she notes that I would like to be President of the United States, she lets the subject lie there, stunned upon the page as something of absolutely no interest to her, even as a fantasy. But politics was of interest to me, and in a matter of months I would have to make a choice. Was it to be literature or politics? Truth or, well, if not lies, the harsh consequences of my imaginative writing on my actual life. Senator Gore had arranged with an old friend and protege, Governor Dempsey of New Mexico, to place me on the state ballot in 1948 as a presidential elector. Vidal is a common Hispanic name, which, combined with the Gore clan, would start me off nicely in the state. Incidentally, the hysteria in right-wing circles about my name has always puzzled me. I was christened Eugene Luther Gore Vidal. The first two names were my father's. I lopped them off for political as well as for aesthetic reasons. But this has often been gleefully interpreted as a rejection of my father, whom I liked, in order to become my mother, whom I disliked. How a little Freud can be used to poison almost any well. Sometimes ambition is just a cigar, too. Between 1946 and 1948, I had planned to move to Santa Fe, not far from Los Alamos, go to work at the local newspaper, and begin a political career. Fortunately, or unfortunately, by 1946 I was writing The City and the Pillar, which I knew would make a political career impossible. Also, it made a conventional literary career impossible. A lucky break as that turned out, too, but hard going then. April 1946. Gore buys a house in Guatemala. It is beautiful. I must visit it when it is ready. By then, I had made up my mind to write The City and the Pillar. Instead of Santa Fe and politics, there would be Points South and a truthful novel and a lot of trouble. I had saved $10,000 while in the Army, and my father gave me the bonds that he had set aside to send me to Harvard. I cashed them in, to his horror. In those days, one could have lived on $100 a month, which was the interest from the bonds. But I wanted a house. My head was full of novels. As Europe was still closed to tourists, I headed south of the border. I wanted to get out of New York and what had been for me, thus far, a life term in prison. 12 years of school, almost 3 years of army, half a year in a publisher's office. 15 years of doing what I did not want to do was most of my life. When I arrived in Guatemala City, I was 20 years old. I stayed in a pension, worked at the City and the Pillar, met people. Guatemala was starting to flourish. The old dictator, Ubico, an American client, had been driven out. A philosophy professor named Arevalo had been elected president in a free election. He was a Democrat socialist, or social democrat, or whatever. He had brought young people into government, tamed the army, behaved tactfully with the largest employer in the country, the American company United Fruit. I visited the fincas, or estates, of wealthy coffee growers who lived much as they had lived for 2 centuries, feudal lords on amiable, if less than generous terms, with the Mayan majority. In due course, I moved on to Antigua, a volcano-circled 16th-century town in the highlands. For $2,000, I bought the earthquake-damaged convent of El Carmen. There were several livable rooms and a large chapel that I left empty. Life was cheap. The foreigners who lived in Antigua were either remittance men or ladies of a certain age, like Nina, for whom the perfect martini was the holy grail. I did not fit in awfully well with the foreign colony, but visitors came to stay with me. Easily the most interesting person in and out of the town was Mario Monteforte Toledo. He was a thin, energetic intellectual who wrote poetry. He had a wife in the capital and an Indian girlfriend in Antigua. When he came to visit her, he and I would meet and talk and talk. President of the Guatemalan Congress, Mario was regarded by everyone as a future president of the Republic. In politics, he was vaguely socialist, as was the style for the young in those days. I, of course, reflecting my family's politics, was fiercely Tory. We had splendid rows. Scene: patio of my house. Overhanging it, the high wall of the adjacent church of El Carmen. Under a pepper tree, near an ugly square fountain like a horse trough, we would sit and drink beer. He told me the gossip. The president's car had run off the road recently. He was being driven by an American girl from a news magazine. Then Mario twitted me about my grand friends, the Vasquez Bruni family, great landowners whose house in Guatemala City filled a city block. The family patriarch was Colombian in origin, and he held what seemed to be the lifetime hereditary rank of minister from Colombia to Guatemala. There were 3 sons, one a true wit named Ricardo, and a beautiful daughter named Olga. They comprised an enchanted world. I often thought that I was luckier than the protagonist of my then favorite book, Le Grand Moulin. I was able to find my way back to the big house and its marvelous occupants, all presided over by the ancient minister in his throne, 2 equally ancient mastiffs at his feet. After a ritual denunciation of the rich and the indifferent, Mario started to talk politics. We may not last much longer. We? Who? Our government. At some point we're going to have to raise revenue. The only place where there is money to be raised is El Pulpo. El Pulpo meant the octopus, also known as the United Fruit Company, whose annual revenues were twice that of the Guatemalan state. Recently, their workers had gone on strike. Selfishly, they had wanted to be paid $1.50 a day for their interesting work. What's going to stop you from taxing them? I was naive. This was long ago, and the United States had just become the leader of the free world. Your government. Who else? They kept Ubico in power all those years. Now they're getting ready to replace us. I was astonished. I had known vaguely about our numerous past interventions in Central America, but that was past. Why should we bother now? We controlled most of the world. Why should we care what happens in a small country like this? Mario gave me a compassionate look. Compassion for my stupidity. Businessmen, like the owners of United Fruit, they care. They used to pay for our politicians. They still pay for yours. Why, one of your big senators is on board of El Pulpo." I knew something about senators. "Which one?" Mario was vague. "He has 3 names, like us. He's from Boston, I think." "Henry Cabot Lodge? I don't believe it." Lodge was a family friend. As a boy, I had discussed poetry with him. In fact, he was a poet's son. Years later, as Kennedy's ambassador to Vietnam, Lodge would preside over the murder of the Diem brothers. As we drank beer and the light faded, Mario described the trap that a small country like Guatemala was in. I can't say that I took him very seriously. With all the world, except the satanic Soviet, under our control, it was hardly in our national interest to overthrow a democratic neighbor, no matter how much its government irritated the board of directors of United Fruit. But in those days I was not aware to what extent big business controlled the government of our own rapidly expiring republic. Now, of course, everyone knows how the subsequent empire, with its militarized economy, controls business. The end result is much the same for the rest of the world, only the killing fields are more vast than before, and we make mischief not just with weak neighbors, but in every continent. At the time, I didn't realize that Mario was giving me the idea for a novel. A dictator, like Ubico, returns from an American exile as the octopus's candidate to regain power. I would tell the story through the eyes of a young American war veteran, like myself, who joins the general out of friendship for his son. The more I brooded on the story, the more complexities were revealed. I called it Dark Green, Bright Red. The Greens, father and son, were the company, and dark figures indeed, haunting green jungles. Bright red was not only blood, but the possibility of a communist, red, taking power. Primary colors keep shifting. Nothing is as it seems in this story. No novel about or from Latin America has ever been a success in the English language. As of 1950, my publisher was right. 4 years after the book was published, Senator Henry Cabot Lodge denounced Arévalo's popularly elected successor, Arbenz, as a communist because Arbenz had expropriated some of the company's unused land, which he gave to 100,000 Guatemalan families. Arbenz paid the company what he thought was a fair, if humorous, price, their own evaluation of the land for tax purposes. The American Empire, or National Security State, went into action. The CIA put together an army and bombed Guatemala City. American Ambassador Purifoy behaved rather like Mr. Green in the novel. Arbenz resigned. Purifoy made the Guatemalan Army's chief of staff president and gave him a list of communists to be shot. The chief of staff declined. "It would be better," he said, "if you sat in the presidential chair and that the stars and stripes fly over the palace." Purifoy picked another military man to represent the interests of company and empire. Since then, Guatemala has been a slaughter ground, very bright red indeed against the darkest imperial green. Later, it was discovered that Arbenz had no communist connections, but the disinformation had been so thorough that few Americans realized to what extent they had been lied to by their government, which had now put itself above law and, rather worse, beyond reason. 5 years later, in Cuba, Castro drove out our Greens and established himself as a bright, if now faded, red presence. The book is still read in Spanish and Portuguese editions, and I'm told that many readers are unaware that it was written almost a decade before Castro. From Antigua, I write Da about my new friend, the president of the Guatemalan Congress. Da is amused. I particularly enjoyed the last paragraph, where you mentioned the fact that in certain localities you have to appear genial and a little half-witted in order to woo the omnipotent public. In due course, Anais came to Guatemala. I was suffering, I thought, from a chronic complaint, spastic colon, but this proved to be acute hepatitis. I used to eat in the marketplace out of cauldrons where chicken was boiled in bitter chocolate. I soon lost 20 pounds. Like a hidden treasure at low tide, the outline of my swollen liver could be seen beneath the rib cage, while the whites of my eyes turned dark gold and my urine black. It was not a joyous time. Before the worst stage had developed, a college student I had met in East Hampton arrived on the scene with a friend. I should note that even before Anais met me, she was a relentless chicken hawk, as fags used to describe those men who preferred boys, chicken, to men. Of course, most people do. After all, young males are better looking than old ones, and they have more stamina. I never blamed Anais for sharing in a universal taste. But with characteristic secrecy, Anais made a date to meet the student's friend in Acapulco. She should have known by then that sexual jealousy was, and is, an emotion denied me. I calculated at 25 that I had had more than 1,000 sexual encounters. Not a world record. My near contemporaries, Jack Kennedy, Marlon Brando, and Tennessee Williams, were all keeping up. But not bad, considering that I never got a venereal disease like Jack and Marlon, or suffered from jealousy like Tennessee. But Anais could not resist intrigue. In fact, I now think that deception was more important to her than sex. Only last year did I learn of all this from the ci devant lad himself, the journalist Dominic Dunn, who told me that after a week in Acapulco, Anais dumped me for a Mexican beach boy. Romance. I arrived at the Miramar Hotel in Acapulco and went to bed. Jaundice. A Swiss doctor fed me charcoal and cornflakes. Anais, between visits to the beach, nursed me, and I give her credit for taking time from her busy schedule to look in on my last days, a somewhat casual severn to my non-terminal Keats. Since this was the only time in my life, thus far, that I had been seriously ill, the whole thing is still a nightmare, including my attempt to read William Blake, whose work I still associate with heat and longed-for death and a Hieronymus Bosch-like memory of the last thing I ate before being felled, oily chicken served in half a coconut full of nauseous yellow cream. I have just checked the published diaries, 1947 to 55. Happily, I have been replaced by the young man she was soon to marry while still remaining married to Hugo. "I am a bigamist," she would whisper to every interviewer. Then she would beg him or her to keep the terrible secret. Sudden vivid memory. East Hampton, summer 1946. I stay at my father's house. Anais stays at a hotel. It was her idea, not mine, for her to come. We go together to the public beach by back roads. I am terrified I'll be seen with her, an older woman who was less than radiant in the full sunlight. I cringe now at my snobism. One day on the beach, she told me that she had not been able to sleep the night before. Anxiety, unhappiness. She had walked up and down the deserted main street of the village. The night watchman, an old Irishman, stopped her. He gave her coffee, sympathy too. She was grateful. I was moved. But now, as I write these lines on a warm day in May of 1993, I realize that Anais had invented the encounter with the old Irishman, a surly soul not given to kindnesses of this sort, and so, once again, she was able to net me in her ongoing fiction of herself, her world. In a fit of uncharacteristic generosity, the American government had agreed to pay for the higher education of its former indentured servants, the armed forces. I waived a college education, but when, as physical therapy, I began to attend a ballet class given by George Chafee, I let the government pay. At first, I was only interested in the bar exercises for my arthritic knee. Then I got interested in how ballet worked technically, and so, for a season or two, I took class, talked to dancers, went to the ballet, and learned the language of ballet. In the late 40s, balletomania hit New York City. For years, there had been the Ballet Russe de Monte Carlo, a spin-off of the pre-war Diaghilev company with a small but loyal audience. The principal dancers were Alexandra Danilova and Frederick Franklin, as well as Leon Danielian, a character dancer best known in such Massine ballets as Gaieté Parisienne. Leon and I became friends. He was exuberantly funny about his fellow dancers, himself, too. Whenever he played the prince's friend in Swan Lake, a very showy part indeed, he would bring down the house with his turns, which consist of, he would grin, 3 turns to the left and, with luck, 2 to the right. They applaud because of how I hold my head and shake it triumphantly when I finish. Also, I've got almost no elevation, so I make my leap on the down, not on the up beat. No one knows the difference, and I seem to soar just an inch or 2 off the ground. I was backstage once when Anton, known as Pat Dolan, was guest partnering Alicia Markova in Swan Lake. Pat was an amusing, vain Englishman, now a bit long in the tooth. Backstage during the overture, he was doing bar exercises in the wings. Leon whispered as he passed him, "Too late, Pat, too late." From the wings, I watched Pat and Markova. The two quarreled constantly during the pas de deux, and I was amazed that the audience didn't hear them over the music. "Put me down! It's the 3rd beat," muttered Markova. "Since when could you count?" he snarled as she struggled free from him, landing on beat, on perfect point, and then to 5th position. Thus was one of my pseudonymous novels born, Death in the 5th Position. But the real art of the dance was not to be found at the Ballet Russe in those days. Rather, it was ballet theater that excited a public that would never have gone much, if at all, to the ballet. The master whose work I became addicted to was Anthony Tudor. Bald and lean, with a sly, crooked smile and a deadly sense of humor, he said, "I've always wanted to see Serge Lefar. Now I have, and it's all true." What is true? He is every bit as bad, no, dreadful, as I've always heard. Even I could tell that the flabby-buttocked man on stage was, if not bad, oddly repellent as he struck his poses. Years later, Nureyev said that when he was in charge of the Paris Opera Ballet, his most difficult task was to exorcise the malign ghost of Lefar. He's everywhere, in rehearsal halls, backstage. We name rooms after this one, after that one. They make me name Lefar room. Always evil in that room. Rudy would shudder. Bad ghost. Between Tudor ballets and Tennessee Williams's new plays, something visceral was happening to those of us lucky to be in New York at the time and able to go from play to ballet. Now, for the time being, which may be the only time, being or not, we may ever have in either dramatic form, there is not much excitement, or if there is, then that passionate, hungry post-war audience no longer exists. As an artist, Tudor tends to vanish in one decade to be revived in the next. But revival is never the same thing as now, in the sense that what one is experiencing is truly novel or new. Tudor made a place for himself between classical ballet and modern dance, between Diaghilev and Martha Graham. His ballets were known as psychological, that is, they had real, as opposed to fairy tale, plots. But they were classically balletic in movement. With Pillar of Fire, Tudor managed to define an entire generation that was finding a transient religion in psychoanalysis. Nora Kay was his principal interpreter. She was a droll woman with a good business sense. At 14 or so, she had been married to James T. Farrell, a marriage that was annulled. I told her once that I knew about Farrell. "No one's supposed to know about that," she said, more resignedly than annoyed. "How do you?" I said that Farrell had told me. We had met at Milton Klein's, our common dentist, in 54th Street. At 17, I had got Farrell to autograph my copy of Studs Lonergan. Over the years, I came to like him rather more than the books, naturalistic stories of proletarian life in Chicago, that I had devoured at Exeter. Other Nora marriages were equally haphazard. One was to a descendant of Martin Van Buren, whom I would write so much about in Burr. Then there was the violinist Isaac Stern. I went to their wedding reception on New York's West Side. Neither looked as if he had met the other, but all the town was on hand. A hot summer day, I remember, with white curtains billowing at open windows. That marriage was soon over. "I couldn't stand it," said Nora. "That squeak, squeak, squeak all day when he practiced." On stage, Nora was like no one else. As a classical dancer, she was barely in the second rank. As a dancer-actress, there has never been, and perhaps never will be, another like her. Nora's scream at the end of Agnes de Mille's Fall River Legend still resounds in my head forever as an actual scream, although it was soundless as she stood, writhing, at center stage, white dress splashed with parents' blood. In Jerome Robbins's The Cage, Nora played a sort of praying mantis, queen of the bugs, we called her. She was terrifying. A few years ago, Nureyev and I got to know each other when he moved to an island off Positano, and I would come down from Ravello to visit him. Then, with seniorial courtesy, he would come to me by sea and let his AIDS-wasted body collapse beside the pool. Nureyev's knowledge of American ballet before his defection was spotty. One day, he asked me to tell him everything that I could remember about the Tudor ballets that were no longer in the repertoire. After I had described several pieces, no doubt inaccurately, he said, "Is different now." He knew, of course, the Tudor ballets that are still done occasionally, like Lilac Garden, but works like Undertow have slipped away forever. I'm told that one of the last ballets, La Gloire, was recently revived. Antony was uncommonly slow, which meant expensive, as he endlessly pondered moves, particularly in the case of La Gloire, based upon the life of Bernhardt and set to the music of Beethoven's Egmont Overture, an unlikely piece for dancers to dance to. But then, as the sharp-tongued composer Samuel Barber observed, Tudor only uses music that he happens to already have in his notoriously small record collection. On Nureyev's last visit to us in Ravello, the August before he died, he lay, exhausted, on a sofa, drinking white wine, not speaking until we got on to the latest ballet gossip. "Peter Martins, he kill wife, no?" "No. Sad. Saw him when 16. In class. Big cock hangs there. I make move. Eric Brun say, 'No, too young. Go to jail.'" Rudy smiles. Face ravaged, but beautiful. Still very much Tother King. The upper body has begun to waste away, but the lower is still unaffected. Legs powerful, and the feet, for a dancer, not too misshapen. No hammer toes. "Two kinds of dancer," he said suddenly. "Perfect steps, perfect technique. Then there is music dancer. Not so perfect. Make mistakes. But music go right through body and onto audience." He did not say which he was, but then he had always been both in youth. Now, with age and illness, he was saying that he relied on the music to use up what was left of him. One of my favorite ballets of the period was Loring's Billy the Kid. It was exciting to see my early role model incarnated by John Kriese, a manly youth from Berwyn, Illinois. Copland's music certainly flowed through that strong body, particularly the percussion. Loring's Billy killed sadly, with revulsion. In life, many men and women loved Johnny, who responded wholeheartedly in an absent-minded way. He had a large car that he called Floristan, and together we drove down the east coast of Florida, receiving the homage of the Balletamains in their beachside houses. Eventually, he married another dancer, drank too much, went swimming one day in the Gulf of Mexico, and drowned. Harold Lang was a short, stocky, blue-eyed dancer, best known for Jerome Robbins's ballet Fancy Free. 3 Second War sailors on the town, as the musical based upon it would be called. The other 2 sailors were played by Krisa and Robbins himself. For a time, Bernstein's music from On the Town was a sort of marching song for all of us set free from war, and as the lyric went, lucky to be me. By the time I met Harold, he had moved on to musical comedy, and he was about to be starred in Look, Ma, I'm Dancing. Harold was a chameleon lover who could become, instinctively, whatever the other person wanted. Since I thought, for only an instant, that this was Jimmy come back again, I did not in the least mind that Harold was, simultaneously, having affairs with the author of the musical and its star, Nancy Walker, not to mention as much of the British Navy as he could take aboard when we were in Bermuda for a week. This hardly bothered me, since I was almost as promiscuous as Harold. But during our short time together, I was obliged to face the fact that I was never going to make the journey from homoerotic to homosexual, and so I was never going to be able to have anything other than one-sided, passing sex. Thanks to Harold, this belated revelation was to prove a great time-saver over the years. When Lenny Bernstein, in his 69th summer, came to stay with us in Ravello, I mentioned Harold. Oh, God, not that conversation. Practically everyone I know, or used to know, liked to tell me how one thing we have in common is the cast of Fancy Free. Well, I did go to bed with 2/3 of your cast. And I, said Lenny, competitive to the bitter end, went to bed with all 3. But I will say Harold's ass was one of the 7, or whatever number it is, wonders of our time. He drank more than any athlete that I've ever known, but then, like the other hard-drinking dancers of that day, he sweated it all out the next day in class. After I had made my speech, Harold and I went off to a bar. He bought a cellophane bag of pretzels. Dinner, he said. He seemed content. He had come originally from Daly City, close to San Francisco. As an adolescent, he had been a Western Union boy, delivering telegrams on a bicycle. Then someone, upon receipt of a telegram, proposed he become a dancer. He did. He was prodigious, with an astonishing elevation. In Fancy Free, he would leap, without perceptible preparation, from floor to tabletop as the audience gasped. Then, without a break, do his tour en l'air on the beat. In the bar at Chico, I asked him why he felt so great a need to enchant, then desert others. It all started with the nose. Like everyone else in those days, Harold had done a great jeté or 2 through psychoanalysis. I had this big nose, and no one would go with me. Then, after I started dancing, I cut the nose off, and everybody who'd ignored me before now said they were in love with me, and so I... He munched on a pretzel. Analysis finished. Plainly, those who did not like his real nose deserved what punishment they later got when they were attracted to the new one, and its bright, protean attachment, Harold himself. My days as a balletamain and lover of dancers ended when Balanchine appeared on the scene and swept American ballet off the stage. Balanchine's ballets have mathematical charm, but I wanted Nora Kay to illuminate our generation to the music of Copland or Bernstein. My knee was helped by bar exercises. Finally, I learned from Harold that an affair with a man was neither possible nor desirable for me, and so, with relief, I gave up any further attempts along those lines. Women were sometimes tempting, but my early exposure to the marriages of my family proved to be a reliable, unbreakable prophylactic. I might have negotiated Tolstoy's Last Station with style, but it was the first station that looked ominous, to say the least. During my first civilian winter, I realized that I was never going to get much work done in New York. Also, Anais needed stormy scenes of a sort that I did not. I did enjoy my daily meetings with strangers, usually encountered in the streets. Most were poor youths my own age, and often capable of an odd lovingness. Odd considering the fact that I did so little to give any of them physical pleasure. But then, even at 20, I often paid for sex on the ground that it was only fair. Once Truman said to me, "I hear you're just the lait Lucet." At last, Truman, you've got it right. I'm 20 years old, riding in a taxi down Park Avenue on my way to the publisher E.P. Dutton. In the left-over-from-the-war khakis that we all wore, skinny, yellow-faced Jack Kennedy is wandering down the west side of the avenue. In a blaze of publicity, he is now running for Congress. Our fathers are friends, but we've never met. As I watch him, I wonder, have I made a mistake? Instead of the book that I am currently writing, shouldn't I have followed my grandfather, Senator Gore's plan and set out for Congress instead? During this period, Anais finds me edgy. I must have told her of my dilemma, but as this was not the sort of thing that interested her, she does not record my ambivalence. After the success of Willowa in 1946, I published In a Yellow Wood the next year. It was every bit as bad a book as she feared it would be, but the theme was poignant to me. A young man must choose between life with a foreign girl outside the conventional world and the boredom of a life inside. Robert Frost's verse, from which I took the title, says it all. 2 roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both and be one traveler. The character in the novel chooses convention, while his author went into rebellion. Willowa had done moderately well. In a Yellow Wood had not. But I was very much on view with the other young lions of the second post-war generation. Journalists were eager to know if we would be lost, too. Life magazine featured several of us. There was a full-page picture of Truman Capote, looking waxy, as if from under a Victorian glass bell. Thus he began his career as a celebrity. He had also decided that I was to be the competition, as he confided to the press, "That Gore Vidal is 25 if he's a day." Over the years, this silly line has been carefully reversed and attributed to me, the kind of weird reversal that has been a peculiar constant in my life because, I suppose, what others want you to be, you are going to be, despite all evidence to the contrary. Had I read Anaïs's diaries as she was writing them, I might have understood the process better. The worst scene occurred after she had read the manuscript of The City and the Pillar. I expected sympathy, if only feigned. After all, my life was about to change, and not for the better. An editor at Dutton had told me that if the book were published, I was in for 20 years of bad reviews, and my literary reputation would be finished for good. My answer was a sort of whistle at midnight. If any book of mine is still remembered in the year 1968, then that's fame, isn't it? As I write, I am now in icy Ravello, first week in March 1993, planting roses. The 45th anniversary of the publication of The City and the Pillar is being celebrated with a symposium at the University of New York in Albany come April. A number of academics, many not born when the book was published, will present papers on what effect this crossover book had and still has. These pieces will be published in book form. Will I read it? Probably not. But the old editor was right, in a sense. For 20 years and more, I was regularly attacked for insufficiently worshipping at the altar of the family. One Orville Prescott, the daily reviewer for the New York Times, told my editor that he would never read, much less review, another book by me. Time and Newsweek followed suit. 7 novels went unnoticed in their pages. 20 years ago, there was an academic study of the 500, or was it 5,000, truly great American novelists since the Second War. I was not of their company. I had slid down the page to a footnote, where I am described as a sort of Lucifer who had turned his back on modernism, a movement that had ended, I always thought, in the year of my birth. During the 50s, a university student told me that when he had wanted to write a dissertation on me, he had been warned that he would be thought a fairy, and that no university would ever hire him. In order to make a living, I was forced into television, movies, theater, and the essay. During this bad time, actually a very good time as long as I wrote no books under my own name, was Anais at my side, encouraging me as I had encouraged her, even to the extent of forcing Dutton to publish her? No. Because it was Gore who presented me to Dutton, because he watched over the writing of Ladders to Fire, encouraged me, I said I would dedicate the book to him. This sounds a bit on the grudging side. But then it was probably written long after the fact. Before the flowers of friendship faded, as Gertrude Stein so nicely put it. Anais was involved in 1,000 exciting scenarios, starring herself, not me, and so I got exactly what I deserved for my uncharacteristic lapse into self-pity. Nothing. At Anaïs's insistence, I met her at the bar of the Ritz Hotel in Madison Avenue. She had prepared a position paper on the city and the pillar, which she proceeded, grimly, to read to me. I must have a copy somewhere. The gist was how could she, the exquisitely wise character in the book, known as Marie Verlaine, I, of course, was Rimbaud, have been attracted to such a colorless clod of a boy as Jim, so unlike those plumed, serpentine Mexican beach boys that she had fancied. Incidentally, by an odd coincidence, Henry Miller called the Anais figure Ida Verlaine in Sexus, a book not published until the 60s. I am reading Edmund Wilson's diaries, The 60s. He, too, is a bloom in her conservatory. She shows him what she has written. He notes her characteristic inaccuracies. She said that I gave her a set of Emily Bronte, as if there could be such a thing. Actually, it was Jane Austen, and she had been offended and sent it back, which was not true. She had kept it. He was hoping I would learn how to write from reading her, but I am not an imitator of past styles. Anais told Wilson that she was otherwise engaged with a 20-year-old Latin poet. Me. After Wilson's death, Daniel Aaron found in Wilson's desk a review that I had written of Anaïs's diaries. On the several occasions that Wilson and I met, we never talked of her, though I once brought up the subject to the former Mrs. Wilson, Mary McCarthy, and her face became Gorgonian at the mention of the name. Finally, rather densely, I realized that Anais was concentrating entirely on a minor character, the French enchantress with whom Jim goes to Mexico, but not to bed. And then, worse, you say that she has lines about her eyes. In the Ritz bar, Anaïs's fierce lines were unlike anything that I have ever seen except the first time that I opened my fax machine and quickly shut it, not because of the resemblance of all those wires to the wrath of Anais, but because I don't like machinery. "No woman wants to read that," she actually hissed. "About herself?" Politely, I pointed out that she was not exactly a household name, and though the book was, as it turned out, read in several languages, I don't think any reader ever connected her with it. But she was in full flow, and I remember an interesting verb that she used. When a woman gets older, there is always the fear that she may never win again. The word win has stayed with me. Love was contest as well as deception. Love meant defeat for one, victory for the other. I thought this ugly. Anais then denounced the promiscuity of same-sexualists. I was polite about her own powerful and eclectic appetites, but I did suggest that there was both a beauty and fulfillment in sex with strangers that one seldom enjoys with people one knows. Even at 20, I had pretty much decided that the most interesting sex would be de passage and not with friends or acquaintances. I am now reading about Jack Kennedy's reckless youth, and I recall, suddenly, how hated he was by the legions of girls of his generation that he had got into bed because they were attracted either to him or to his fame and then discarded. But Anais belonged to the heavy-breathing school of ladies' fiction. She also had a touching belief in psychiatry. There was a side of Gore which I saw, which existed in my presence, a Gore which might have flowered if a deeper love had been possible. Yet that deeper love was all in The City and the Pillar, and she had missed it. Apparently those tiny lines about the eyes blinded her to all else. But then the idea of male completeness with male went against her Spanish Catholicism, shored up as it was by patriarchal Freud and made literally celestial by astrology. I went to dinner with him, same place, but not any longer the same relationship. We had dealt each other death blows. I could not be his mother, with no other life of my own. Here she was truly undone by Freud. I already had one mother too many. Also, in our relationship, I was the man, the father, who had got her published and then introduced her to a world that she had longed to figure in. My New Post, City and the Pillar friends, Tennessee Williams, Christopher Isherwood, and all the rest. Years later, in Hollywood, when Paul Newman and Joanne Woodward and my friend Howard Austin and I shared a house at Malibu, we asked her to lunch. Later, she deplored to others my life with starlets. Yet she joined us one evening at the Macombo nightclub, where Edith Piaf sang only to us. There were no other customers. I'd like to read Anaïs's account of that evening. For the record, she and I were on fairly amiable terms for a number of years. When I started to write about books, she was eager for me to celebrate her at length, but I never did because, after my early ensorcelment, I did not like her writing, but, compassionately, never said so. We saw one another occasionally in the 60s. She was working hard on her legend, which was, ironically, taken seriously by the 60s feminists, whom she derisively labeled the Kotex Brigade. She still wanted me to write about her, but although I can perjure myself in a short blurb for a book, I cannot sustain deceit over any great critical length. One odd detail came back to me as I read Incest. I imagine what a beautiful piece of cruelty it would be to give Henry the 4 or 5 volumes which concern him and our love just before parting from him for good, to read that night, alone, with the knowledge that I have vanished. Anais gave me a green journal. I've copied out everything that I've written about you in the journals. I want you to have it, to read it. She was radiant with what I now realize was malice. But her stratagem was undone by my lifelong reluctance to read anything about myself. Over the next few weeks she would ring me to ask what I thought, felt. Finally, I had to admit that I had no intention of reading her portrait. She was angry. Then I want it back. Can't I keep it as a souvenir? No. So I gave it back to her. After her death, her Hollywood husband mislaid it. The year 1948 was the year that I became, overnight, as Michael Foote put it in an English review, like Byron, famous. The City and the Pillar came out in January. As a bestseller that year, it was somewhat ahead of Capote's Other Voices, Other Rooms, somewhat behind Mailer's The Naked and the Dead. Only Mailer and I have survived that year's bestseller list, headed by George Orwell's 1984. In those days, works of literature were often popular, something no longer possible. But then, for someone young today, 1948 is as remote as the year 1903 was for us, the year that Henry James published The Ambassadors and Jack London, The Call of the Wild. Although my book had generally very bad reviews, sterile was a favorite adjective, code word for faggot, the book was being read not only by the crushed and closeted inhabitants of Sodom, but by a great many other people as well, including Dr. Kinsey, as I have noted. In the same season he and I made, jointly, a nice assault on the Leviticus Committee report, and the United States was never to be the same again, on that subject, at least. I have often been asked what family and friends thought of The City and the Pillar. The Gores did not finish the book, and the senator never mentioned it to me. But our relations were unchanged. After he died in 1949, my grandmother used to come and stay in my house on the Hudson. We would also go to Key West together in the winter. The most she ever said was, "You mustn't stir up more snakes than you can kill." When I asked her if this was an old South Carolina saying, she said, "No, I think I just made it up." Nina was thrilled by my subsequent failures, 5 books unreviewed by the Daily New York Times, Time, and Newsweek. "You see," she would confide to anyone who would listen, "he isn't really a novelist. He's only a journalist with just the one book in him, and now, of course, he's finished." Heaven knows who gave her this line, but she reveled in it. Then everything changed rapidly when I became a hit playwright on Broadway. Carlos Fuentes tells me that once he came to her house in Cuernavaca, and, not finding her in the sitting room, he went to the next room, which proved to be her bedroom. She was lying on the bed, paperback editions of my books all around her. This was years after I had sent her away for good. Odd. My father, I now realize, was being deliberately cryptic when he'd say, "I think it's a very interesting book," thus closing the subject. Actually, it must have been of more interest to him than I ever suspected. At the time, I had heard of, but never read, Robert McAlmon. He was from my father's hometown of Madison, South Dakota. Like most of the bright and restless young of the heartland villages, he got out. He was a writer. He settled in Europe and was friend and editor to Pound and Hemingway. I have an impression that, at some point, he wrote me a letter that I never answered. I cannot remember when or how I first heard that McAlmon had been romantically involved with Jean. I know that I always kept forgetting to ask Jean about him because McAlmon had the reputation of being Capote-like in his inventions. Although McAlmon was neither a good writer nor a good person, he was a good editor. He also wrote an interesting autobiography called Being Geniuses Together, which Kay Boyle later reissued, adding her life story to McAlmon's text. No, I never talked to Kay Boyle about him either. Finally, I read McAlmon's novel Village as it happened through a 15-year period. There, on the first page, is my father at 15, consulting a Ouija board in order to discover whether he will be appointed to West Point or to Annapolis or to neither. The narrator is McAlmon, aged 14. He is in love with Jean, whom he calls Eugene Collins. At first I took this to be a reference to war pilot Paul Collins, my father's airline partner in the 20s and 30s, but the dates didn't work out. Then, in the spring of 1994, at the University of South Dakota, I saw a fraternity photograph of Jean sitting near the strikingly handsome head of the fraternity, a youth named Collins. What is McAlmon up to? The book covers 15 years in the life of a village based on Madison. Jean grows up. goes to West Point, becomes an All-American football player, marries Nina. McAlmon himself comes and goes, recording the rather sad life of a village where the bright boys and girls all move away, as he himself does too. If I had had the sense to get to know McAlmon, I might have learned a great deal about Jean, not to mention Hemingway, whom McAlmon had fingered as a fellow fag, to Hemingway's fury. Whatever McAlmon may have said about others later in life, right or wrong, he is plainly working from the facts in Village. My Aunt Margaret, who is about to be born at the beginning of the book, testifies to the accuracy of his description of life in that box of a house in South Dakota, where winters were Arctic and summers hot, and Peter Reynolds, McAlmon, would visit Jean Collins, and they'd discuss the facts of life, and Jean, after some stammering, says, "Well, you know what happens to fellows our age. I wonder if it's happened to you yet." Peter answered quickly, "I guess so. I thought Chemo had talked to you. I told him about the scare I had one night after I got to bed, and I thought something had burst in me. He said he'd been afraid when that happened to him and went to see Dr. Douglas, who only laughed and said, 'That's all right, Chemo, my boy. You just take a girl and you'll be all right.' And Chemo thought he had to, or he'd be sick. But you don't have to at all, because your dreams take care of you." Peter wondered to himself if he really liked Jean as a friend, as he liked Lloyd Scott. The unspoken understanding that had existed between him and Lloyd was not here with Jean. He almost resented his affection for Jean. He wondered if he'd have liked him at all if many other boys of his own age were about. It was simply that all of the other boys in their classes at high school were such dumbheads. Jean had an attraction for him, however, that Lloyd had never had. He wondered, was that simply now, and because both of them were adolescent? But if that was so, why did it exist more between him and Jean than between him and other boys in that period? He saw that Jean felt about him as he did about Jean, attracted and antagonistic, too. That was rivalry and jealousy, because the two of them led their class easily. This is right out of The City and the Pillar, including the clumsy, gray, all-American prose. Jean never mentioned McAlmon to me. Had he forgotten him, as Bob had pretty much forgotten Jim? The years pass, and the passion cools on McAlmon's side. Gene Collins, after 2 years at the State University, was appointed to West Point, and his first year there made a great name for himself as a football player. By this time, any friendship that had existed between him and Peter Reynolds had evaporated. 6 years had passed. Peter found that they were completely antipathetic to each other. Gene's attitude about money, a tight-fisted one, was the first symptom, and his intentness on making a good marriage was a second. This is, plainly, a bit of a projection. It was McAlmon who was obliged to marry the wealthy English lesbian novelist Breyer in order to survive. In any case, Nina had no money. Later, in a memoir, McAlmon writes of Eugene Vidal, the director of Air Commerce, whom he had once known, and remarks that boys like Jean and himself were a lot more articulate than Hemingway was, currently rendering them in his mannered stories of dumb ox Midwest lads. After Aunt Margaret, at my suggestion, read Village, she said, "Well, it's pretty clear he liked Jean too much." Exactly the same words that Jimmy's mother used about Jimmy's stepfather. Recently, when I visited Madison, I asked about McAlmon. A few people had heard of Village, but every time a copy arrived at the librarian locked it up. Although I was once held in the arms of my grandparents, Vidal, in a Chicago hotel room, I have no memory of them. But at Madison I did go to the cemetery to see their graves, 2 small, yellow, lichen-covered stone markers, F. L. Vidal and Margaret Vidal. They died less than a year apart, in 1934. My uncle, the youngest child, said that for days on end they would not speak to each other. Then, after their sundown supper, they would go to bed and make love. hence his scandalous birth when she was in her 40s. McCalman. Mrs. Collins, Jean's mother, came into the room to say good night. She was retiring early, exhausted, as she might well be, carrying her great flabby person about all day. "I'm not one to brag," she said, "or to want my children to be snobs, but I just tell them about their forebearers, so they will know they can hold their heads up anywhere they go. Of course the debt will never be paid, but if the French government ever would pay back all it owes to our family from away back since the Revolution, we'd be one of the wealthiest families in the world. I don't remember very clearly, but some ancestors of ours lent some king or other all kinds of money years and years back. We aren't one of those families which can't trace back more than a generation, though I'm very democratic myself, and not one to boast." 15-year-old Jean looked sheepish and mumbled, "Peter doesn't give a darn about all that rot, Mother." But Mrs. Collins pattered on for a few minutes. Her mind and her conversation never stayed fixed on any one point for long, so that before finally saying good night, she was rambling on about the marriage that her father, the gay, rakish old Mr. Dubois, had made. "He wrote me the woman was wealthy, but I've heard nothing from him since, and from other reports that are drifting back, I'm thinking both he and that Atlantic City widow played a joke on each other, each pretending to have money they don't have." Old Mr. Dubois was my grandmother's father, Luther Lazarus Rewalt, a Pennsylvanian Dutchman from Morristown. He was known as Foxy Grandpa, after a natty cartoon character of the day. He had served, he said, as a doctor in a Pennsylvania regiment in the Civil War. I looked up his army record. Apparently, he was a civilian doctor employed by a Washington hospital to look after the wounded. He was fired for drinking and playing cards with enlisted men while on duty. In his last years, he did very well with something called Rewalt's Elixir, a patent medicine containing sugar and gin by which many a Midwest temperance lady swore. Always on the lookout for a rich widow, he thought that he had found one in California. They met. Unfortunately, she was on the lookout for a rich widower. Each fooled the other only briefly. That winter he came back to Madison. After a night in a tavern, he passed out in a snowdrift. The temperature was below zero. The next morning, what everyone took to be the frozen body of Dr. Rewalt rose briskly from a snowdrift, brushed the ice from his overcoat, and said, "You see, the virtues of my elixir." The alcohol in his veins had kept him from freezing solid. McCalman's Jean is hard and calculating. I never saw that side to him, and perhaps McCalman's view is colored by the Jim Bob syndrome that results from rejection. The University of South Dakota Yearbook hails Jean as their greatest athlete, but notes that he lacks aggressiveness. A Senate committee came to the same conclusion about his administration of the Bureau of Air Commerce. I suspect that what he lacked was the single-minded ambition that most people are accustomed to. He was restless, curious, inventive. In general, people bored him, and since he had no wish to exert power over them, he was not aggressive, or much of anything else, in his relations with them. When a journalist once remarked to him on my courage, his response was to the point. "What's courageous if you don't care what people think of you?" One detail that establishes the authenticity of McCalman's report on Jean Collins is the mother's long ramble about the loan to some long-dead French king. One of the first things that I ever knew about the family was the loan which, if ever repaid, would make us all incredibly rich. My great-great-grandfather, Jost Joseph de Traxler of Stans, Switzerland, had been a member of the Swiss Guard of Louis XVI at Versailles. During the Revolution, he survived the general slaughter of the Guard and escaped to Madrid, where he was employed by Louis's cousin Charles IV, King of Spain. This was 1803. When Napoleon invaded in 1808, Traxler and his son-in-law Ludwig von Hartmann of Lucerne raised a regiment with their own money to fight for the Spanish king against Napoleon, who wanted to include Spain as well as Portugal in what Napoleon tidily referred to as his continental system. Charles IV, to whom my great-great and great-grandfather had sworn loyalty, abdicated in his son Ferdinand's favor, only to be replaced by Napoleon's brother Joseph. Meanwhile, the Spanish people resisted Napoleon, and our family's regiment played a considerable part in the resistance. Once Napoleon was gone and the royal family restored, the Cortes, or Parliament, of Spain was presented with the family's bill for services rendered, and the government acknowledged the legitimacy of the claim as well as the sad emptiness of the treasury. Finally, in the 1930s, just before the Republic fell, the debt to the family was honored, and my father received his share of the many millions that the family in Madison, South Dakota, had dreamed would enrich them. Some $300, I seem to remember. I saw a photograph of my great-grandmother's grave in Wisconsin. She was born Carolina de Traxler, and her place of birth is given as Carthage. It took me some time to realize that Carthage was the Wisconsin translation of Cartagena in Spain, where she had been born. Professional Swiss soldiers seldom lived in Switzerland. Her father, Jost Joseph, had been born in Naples, where his father had been commander of the Guard of the King of the Two Sicilies. By my grandmother's time, all this was a glamorous blur, involving royal rich birth for us all. Robert McAlmon. It is curious, to say the least, to encounter one's father as a boy of 15 as seen through the eyes of a boy of 14 who is in love with him. I was as intrigued by the possibilities of all this as I was by Jimmy's sudden interest in Walt Whitman. I replay in my head Gene's comment that he had found The City and the Pillar very interesting. Had I, without knowing it, told his story? With Gene as Bob Ford, who forgets about a youthful idol, and Robert McAlmon as Jim Willard, a writer who is still writing about what may or may not have happened in their common boyhood. If nothing else, the very ordinariness of the story makes it a good deal more universal than I realized when I wrote it at the age of 20. I turned 21 as I wrote the ending in Guatemala City. Certainly, McAlmon must have been intrigued that the son of Eugene Collins had written a variation on Village without ever having heard of the book or its author. Now, after much circling, I am ready to take the plunge into the heart of 1948. On January 10th, 1948, The City and the Pillar was published. When it reached number 5 on the New York Times bestseller list, I rented out the Antigua house and headed for Europe on a Greek ship bound for Naples. I checked into the Excelsior Hotel, much damaged by the war. My bathroom was half paved with marble, the rest raw cement. I moved on to Rome, not visited since 1939. The streets were empty of cars. The bar of the Excelsior on Via Veneto was the center for the foreigners who were beginning to flock to the city, where prices were cheap. Sex, too. I stayed at the nearby Eden Hotel. Frederick Prokosch, whom I had met at East Hampton 2 years earlier, was also on the scene. We would breakfast together at Donay's, while observing, with pleasure, my future lunch companion, Orson Welles. He was usually seated alone, reading a book called Decadence. He was in town trying to make a film about Cagliostro. Prokosch was mildly annoyed at my success and chided me for wanting to know where I stood on the weekly bestseller lists. That year, in my youthful eagerness, I wanted to meet every writer that I admired. I met several. As a result, I never again wanted to meet, much less know, a writer whose work I admired. But the apprentice stage is a useful one, if only as a means of placing oneself. Otherwise, there is nothing to be done about those already in place, except take their place in time. Golden bough or golden age? I particularly like New York on hot summer nights when all the, superfluous people are off the streets. Those were the first words Tennessee addressed to me. Then the foggy blue eyes blinked, and a nervous chuckle filled the moment's silence before I said whatever I said. As I later wrote, Curtain Rising. The place? An apartment at the American Academy in Rome. Occasion? A party for some newly arrived Americans, among them Frederick Prokosch, Samuel Barber. The month? February, 1948. The day? Glittering. What else could any day be in the Golden Age? I am pleased that I can remember so clearly my first meeting with the glorious bird. Usually I forget first meetings, excepting always those solemn audiences granted by the old and famous when I was young and green. I thought Tennessee ancient. After all, I was 22. He was 37. A streetcar named Desire had been running in New York for more than a year when we met that evening in a flat on the Janiculum Hill with a view of what was, in those days, a quiet city where hardly anyone was superfluous unless it was us, the first group of American writers and artists to arrive in Rome after the war. In 1946 and 1947, Europe was still out of bounds for foreigners, hence my Guatemalan phase. But by 1948, the Italians had begun to pull themselves together, demonstrating once more their astonishing ability to cope with disaster, so neatly balanced by their inability to deal with success. Rome was strange to all of us. For one thing, Italy had been sealed off not only by war, but by fascism. Since the early 30s, few English or American artists knew Italy well. Those who did included Mad Ezra Pound, gentle Max Berbom, spurious Bernard Berenson, and of course the wealthy Anglo-American historian Harold Acton, in stately residence at Florence. By 1948, Acton had written about both the Bourbons of Naples and the later Medici of Florence. He was also prone to the writing of memoirs, and so, wanting no doubt to flesh out yet another chapter in the ongoing story of a long and marvelously uninteresting life, Acton came down to Rome to look at the new invaders. What he believed he saw and heard he subsequently published in a little volume called More Memoirs of an Aesthete, a work to be cherished for its remarkable number of unaesthetic misprints and misspellings. Acton begins. After the First World War, American writers and artists had emigrated to Paris. Now they pitched upon Rome. According to Stendhal, the climate was enough to gladden anybody, but this was not the reason. One of them explained to me that it was the facility of finding taxis, and very little of Rome can be seen from a taxi. Classical and romantic Rome was no more to them than a picturesque background. Tennessee Williams, Victor, he means Frederick, Prokosch, and Gore Vidal created a bohemian annex to the American embassy. To like Rome for its available taxis is splendid stuff, and I wish I had said it. Did I? Certainly whoever did was putting Acton on, since the charm of Rome, for us, if not the Italians, was the lack of automobiles of any kind. But Acton is only just easing into his formidable stride. More to come. Toward the end of March, Tennessee gave a party to inaugurate his new flat on the Via Aurora. In the Golden Age, even the street names were apt. Somehow or other, Acton got himself invited. I remember him floating like some large pale fish through the crowded room. From time to time he would make a sudden lunge at this or that promising bit of bait, while Tennessee, he tells us, wandered as a lost soul among the guests he had assembled in an apartment which might have been in New York. Neither he nor any of the group I met with him spoke Italian, yet he had a typically Neapolitan protégé who could speak no English. At this time, Tennessee and I had been in Rome for only a few weeks, and French, not Italian, was the second language of the reasonably well-educated American of that era. On the other hand, Prokosch knew Italian, German, and French. He also bore with becoming grace the heavy weight of a Yale doctorate in Middle English. But to Acton, the author of The Asiatics, the translator of Hölderlin and Louise Labbe, was just another barbarian whose works fell short of his perfervid imagination. He had the dark good looks of an advertiser of razor blades. Happily, Gore Vidal, the youngest in age, aggressively handsome in a clean-limbed sophomore style, had success written all over him. His candor was engaging, but he was slightly on the defensive, as if he anticipated an attack on his writings or his virtue. Well, the young G.V. wasn't so dumb. Seeing the old 1-2 plainly in the middle distance, he kept sensibly out of reach. A pudgy, taciturn, mustached little man without any obvious distinction. Thus Acton describes Tennessee. He then zeroes in on the protégé from Naples, a young man whom Acton calls Piorino. Acton tells us that Piorino had many complaints about Tennessee and his friends, mostly due to the language barrier. The boy was also eager to go to America. Piorino was enthralled, Acton tells us, by Acton. "You are the first galantuomo who has spoken to me this evening." After making a date to see the galantuomo later on that evening, Piorino split. Acton then told Tennessee, as tactfully as I could, that his young protégé felt neglected. Tennessee rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said nothing, a little perplexed. There was something innocently childish about his expression. It does not occur to the memoirist that Tennessee might have been alarmed at his strange guest's bad manners. Evidently he was not aware that Piorino wanted to be taken to America, and I have wondered since whether he took him there, for that was my last meeting with Tennessee Williams. It must be said that Acton managed to extract quite a lot of copy out of a single meeting. To put his mind at rest, Tennessee did take Piorino to America, and Piorino is now a married man and doing, as they say, well. This trifling episode illustrated the casual yet condescending attitude of certain foreigners toward the young Italians they cultivated on account of their Latin charm, without any interest in their character, aspirations, or desires. This sentiment or sentimentality could be put just as well the other way around, and with far more accuracy. Italian trade has never had much interest in the character, aspirations, or desires of those to whom they rent their ass. When Acton meditates upon the Italian boy, a sweet and sickly hypocrisy clouds his usually sharp prose, and we are in E.M. Forster land, where the lower orders, male, are worshipped and entirely misunderstood. But magnum of sour grapes to one side, Acton is by no means inaccurate. Certainly he got right Tennessee's indifference to place, art, history. The bird seldom read a book, and the only history he knew was his own. He depended, finally, on a romantic genius to get him through life. Above all, he was a survivor. When I wrote a successful play, Tennessee would be distraught. The glorious bird, as I called him, would make hissing sounds through that sharp beak, feathers aflutter, beady eyes wide with alarm, nest invaded. From the bird's memoirs, Life that winter in Rome, a golden dream, and I don't just mean Raffaello, Acton's Piorino, and the mimosa and total freedom of life. Stop there. What I do mean is the total freedom of life and Raffaello and the mimosa. That season we were, all of us, symbolically, out of jail. Free of poverty and hack work, Tennessee had metamorphosed into the glorious bird, while I had left behind me, as I've already noted, a lifetime of servitude. So it was, at the beginning of that golden dream, we met. Tennessee's version: Gore had just published a bestseller called The City and the Pillar, which was one of the first homosexual novels of consequence. I had not read it, but I knew that it had made the bestseller lists and that it dealt with a forbidden subject. Later, Tennessee actually read the book, the only novel of mine that he was ever able to get through. Tennessee was so taken in by the style that he thought that I was writing, most artlessly, the story of my own life. "My parents were just like yours," he said, "particularly my father." At first, I didn't know what he was talking about. Then I recalled my description of Jim Willard's lower-middle-class family in Virginia, which I had simply made up out of my head with some help, perhaps, from James T. Farrell's Studs Lonergan. I told him that everything in the book was made up except the passion of Jim Willard for Bob Ford. Tennessee didn't care for the ending. "I don't think you realized what a good book you had written." He found the fight at the end melodramatic. That from Tennessee, whose heroes, when not castrated, are eaten alive by small boys in Amalfi, just below where I live. I should note that whenever Suddenly Last Summer appears on Italian television, the local boys find it irresistibly funny. I told Tennessee about Jimmy Trimble, and how I had no idea what would have happened had we ever met again, and so, aware of the American panic on the subject, I had visualized the worst possible ending, rather, I added slyly, as Shakespeare had done for Romeo and Juliet, and as Tennessee himself would do over and over again. Love is death is romance. Gore was a handsome kid, about 24, and I was quite taken by his wit as well as his appearance. Incidentally, I am mesmerized by the tributes to my beauty that keep cropping up in the memoirs of the period. At the time, nobody reliable thought to tell me. In fact, it was my impression that I was not making out as well as most people because, with characteristic malice, nature had allowed the actor Guy Madison to look like Guy Madison, and not me. We found that we had interests in common, and we spent a lot of time together. Please don't imagine that I'm suggesting that there was a romance. I don't remember whether or not I ever told Tennessee that I had actually seen but not met him the previous year. He was following me up Fifth Avenue while I, in turn, was stalking yet another quarry. I recognized him. He wore a blue bow tie with white polka dots. In no mood for literary encounters, I gave him a scowl and he abandoned the chase just north of Rockefeller Center. I don't recall how my own pursuit ended. We walked, cruised a lot in the Golden Age. I believe we also went to Florence that season and were entertained by that marvelous old aesthete Berenson. No, that was someone else. And then one afternoon Gore took me to the convent of the Blue Nuns to meet the great philosopher and essayist, by then an octogenarian and semi-invalid, Santayana. I had to drag Tennessee to meet Santayana. Neither had heard of the other. Santayana is largely forgotten now, but he was once a commanding philosopher known for his silver style and elusive persona. In 1935, he published his only novel, The Last Puritan, an attractive story that I read as a boy, half guessing at the emotional currents that he sets in motion when he describes how a New England Puritan youth, Oliver Alden, Alpha Omega, beginning and end, tries to find himself. Even I, a pubescent, could identify with his search. But then it is a book for the young. Later I read The Idea of Christ in the Gospels. I also made a number of partially successful attempts to grasp Santayana's formal philosophy. This was the background to our meeting, which took place simply enough. I presented myself at the convent of the Blue Nuns on the Celian Hill. A sister, the nuns are Irish, met me in the hall. What was my business? I would like to see Professor Santayana. Professor has more resonance in Italy than it has for us. I am a young American student, I added, as bait. Well, I was American and 22. The nun left me at the entrance to a long hallway with doors to left and right. She opened one of them on the right. A small figure glided toward me, the light behind him. Santayana's routine with callers was simple. If he was interested, he would invite them back to his cell. If not, he would say a few polite words and withdraw. We shook hands. He looked up at me with bright, round, black eyes that reminded me of someone I knew well. He wore a dressing gown, a Byronic shirt open at the neck, and a faded mauve-gray waistcoat from the 1890s. The voice, although I have an oral memory and can usually mimic almost anyone, I cannot recall his voice other than it was agreeable, very much Harvard of the last century, where he had taught alongside William James. Well, counter to William James. Santayana's father had been Spanish, as was his mother, who later married a Sturgis of Boston. He looked Spanish, but sounded Sturgis. He had made himself the first, and perhaps last, Epicurean Puritan. "Come in," he said after a few words of exchange. As the bright eyes stared at me, I realized that they were the eyes, and indeed the face, of my beloved grandmother Gore, gone mysteriously bald. The cell had an iron bed with a screen partly around it, a small bookcase with fewer than a dozen books, a writing table with chair, a second chair for visitors. He had lived at the Bristol Hotel during the war, but when the Nazis came, it had seemed politic to vanish into the convent hospital. He was 85 when I met him. "I shall talk, and you shall listen," he said with a smile. "You can ask questions, of course, but remember I am very deaf." I felt like Phaedo with Socrates. He held up a section of a book whose binding he had removed. As he finished reading each section, he would drop it into a wastebasket. "I am reading someone called Toynbee. Do you know him? No? I gather he is some sort of preacher who involves himself with history. The footnotes are not entirely worthless. Perhaps you know my new young friend, Robert Lowell?" I said that I had met him. "He writes to me regularly. He is gifted as a poet, isn't he? I no longer write poetry." This seemed to mean nor read it either, but he had read Lowell's Lord Weary's Castle. What a difficult time he is going to have, though I don't dare tell him so. He is a Lowell from Boston. He is also a poet, and now he is a Roman Catholic convert. Isn't that all perhaps too much for one young man? I did not know Lowell well enough in 1948 to be able to remark that Lowell was also, periodically, mad as a hatter and a great torment to the 3 talented women he married. I always liked to compete with the sane Lowell in conversation, and competition was what he most enjoyed. Once at my house on the Hudson we talked of Caesar. I remarked on Cicero's report to Atticus on Caesar's visit to his house, and how delighted Cicero was when Caesar, the true politician, praised his consulship. Lowell moved smoothly in to take the trick. "And remember," he said, "Cicero's remark on how unnerving it was to have Caesar for a house guest?" What is the point to any knowledge unless one can share it? Did we learn these things in school? No. We read them on our own in order to meet the personages of the past with whom Lowell was as eager to compete as with his contemporaries. He was forever making up lists of the best, second best, third best this or that, usually poets. I told Mary McCarthy that he was currently making more and more far-fetched comparisons, like, "Is Mary McCarthy a better critic than Sainte-Beuve?" Mary's eyes become adamantine. I recovered quickly. "Well, that's too reasonable, as you're both critics. It's as if he—" Mary finished for me. "As if he had said, 'Is Mary McCarthy a better general than Joan of Arc?' Tell me, do you know a Mr. Edmund Wilson? He came to see me. He led me to believe that he was a very famous man of letters, which no doubt he is. He said that I had sent him a book. I said that he was mistaken. He said that no, I had signed it to Edmund Wilson. At first I was firm, but then I remembered that when the American army came, and oh, how glad we were to see them in Rome. The black eyes glittered with a fine obsidian malice. And an army major came here with several of my books for me to sign, and as I was so grateful, so very grateful for this liberation, I threw caution to the winds and signed copies to this one and to that one. Edmund Wilson was apparently that one. Wilson had paid his call on Santayana 3 years before me, in April 1945. He wrote it up immediately, and so his detailed account is apt to be more precise than mine 45 years later. He received me with simplicity and courtesy, and excused himself for reclining on a little chaise longue with a blanket over his legs. I don't remember a chaise longue. The comedy of the autographed copy of his memoirs, Persons and Places, was duly played. Santayana told me that although he sometimes signed books for people, he never wrote the person's name unless he knew him. Wilson had taken it for granted that Santayana had sent him a book as an homage to the powerful critic of the New Yorker magazine. Santayana seemed to want to slip away from the subject, but I was nonplussed and embarrassed at coming to see him when he did not know who I was. Fame. With a freedom that surprised me, however, he at once began talking about his recent books, Persons and Places, and The Middle Span. I didn't talk to him about these 2 memoirs because I'd not yet read them. I did ask about the idea of Christ in the Gospels, written in the convent. I had had a long argument with a friend about Santayana's chapter on Christ's miracles. As Santayana gravely, even reverently describes each miracle, the analyzed miracle becomes ever more absurd as, all the while, he maintains the usual priestly line that since all life is a miracle, then what we may not understand could be, and so on. I was blunt. Does he actually believe in them? The answer was quick. Oh, no. He smiled what Wilson called his mischievous smile and paused. On the ground, of course, that there is not enough evidence. Wilson remarks that someone said that Santayana was a Catholic in everything but faith. Santayana himself is supposed to have said, "There is no God, and Mary is his mother." I asked about Henry James. He gave a sort of imitation of Henry's paraphrasic style, then sighed, "Oh, the James brothers." He sounded as if he were invoking the outlaws. Perhaps he was. Santayana was about 20 years old when Jesse James hit the dust. One was a novelist who thought he was a philosopher, the old man said, for the 100th time, and the other was a philosopher who thought he was a novelist. I cannot remember much else, though I did take notes in a diary that winter and spring in Rome. I must look them up. Years after 1948, Frederick Prokosch was to write a book called Voices, in which he described every famous person he had ever met. He had kept careful notes, he assured the reader. I gave him a wary review, and praised him for literary virtues that had been unfairly overlooked for more than a generation. But I was uneasy with his Voices of the Great, since it was plain to me that he had simply made up most of them. The few that he did catch from real life, like Auden, are sharp, and one does hear a real voice. But with George Santayana, say, whom I took him to meet in Rome, he simply invents, rather lazily, what he thinks Santayana ought to have said as opposed to what he did say. I brought the composer Samuel Barber, Prokosch, and Tennessee to meet him. He was amused, I think, by the first 2, and mystified by the bird. Although the bird had never heard of him, the bird's bright eye watched him carefully, and the bird's perfect ear picked up Santayana's reading of the line, "That was in the days when I had young secretaries." Later the bird repeated the line with relish and rolled his eyes heavenward. I saw Santayana 2 or 3 times alone. He never asked me a question about myself, and I never volunteered information. He had given Wilson the same treatment. One of the wonderful things about him was the readiness and grace with which he played a classical role, that of the sage who has made it his business to reflect on all kinds of men and who will talk about the purpose and practice of life with anyone who likes to discuss them, as with me, whom he didn't know from Adam. I recall 2 arias, one that began on the subject of the mystics, in which he tended to include the egotists, as he called them, of German philosophy. This ended on the pure Santayanan note, a plain-spoken, even wide-eyed statement, swiftly cancelled by an unexpected comment. "I am not a mystic." Full stop. Then the eyes, yes, widened, and the mischievous smile switched on. "But I can imagine what it must be like." This reopens the door to reveal what? Another door, I should think. What is mysticism but imagination? Finally, on the transience of reputation and of history itself, "In America, literary reputations come and go so swiftly," I complained, fatuously. The answer was swift. "It would be insufferable if they did not." I commented on how bloody the century that we had lived in was. He looked surprised. "Why, I have lived most of my life in one of the longest periods of peace ever known. I was born at the end of the American Civil War, while those 2 German wars together lasted, how long? 9 years? Out of the 85 years that I have been alive, 9 years of war is nothing." Plainly, he was suggesting that I must cultivate the long view. We spoke of the coming election in Italy. American propaganda daily told us that Italy was in danger of going communist, and if that happened, Western civilization would be extinguished. I have just shut my eyes. I used to be able to summon up scenes at will, but now aging memory is so busy weeding its own garden that, promiscuously, it pulls up roses as well as crabgrass. In any case, the room is too full of light for me to see clearly what is, much less what was. I ask him why he never wrote another novel. A great smile. "How could I? You see, I've never really knocked about that much." I like the knocked about. I open my eyes in present time, but continue to hear, if not see, Santayana talking about a possible communist takeover of Italy. He is disconcertingly blithe. Why not? After all, they have tried everything else. This will be something new for them, something perhaps even useful, because who knows what life will be like in a wolf pack? Who knows what sort of new energies, relationships, loyalties will emerge? The irony shone along with the morning sun on the pale, bald head. Then he opened a picture book and showed me colored sketches of guards officers in some 19th century regiment. The illustrations are nice. I rose to go. This was my last visit. Alarmed by our imperial propaganda machine, I feared that Italy was about to undergo the standard bloodbath that our press is always eager to draw for other people. I said goodbye. "I shall give you a book," he said. From the bookcase he took a copy of the 2nd volume of his memoirs, The Middle Span. "What is your name?" I told him. "You see," he said as he carefully wrote at his table, "I shall write for you. I rarely do this, except, of course, when liberated by the American Army." I have the book on my desk. For Gore Vidal, George Santayana, April 1st, 1948. It is your April Fool's present. He led me to the door to the corridor. "How old are you?" 22. "You have written a book?" 3, in fact. "You look young for your age, but then your head is small in proportion to your body." In those days I wore a crew cut. "When I was your age, I wanted to be an architect at Harvard, but there was an opening in philosophy." He walked me slowly down the corridor to the entrance hall. "I've often wondered what life would have been like as an architect. I'm not sure that I could have handled the mathematical part very well, but I believe that I would have been good at decoration." He gave me his cold old hand. I shook it. "I think you will have a happy life." He smiled, and the black eyes glittered. "Because you lack superstition. If you come back to Rome, pay me a call, assuming that I'm still here." I did, but did not see him. He was to live 4 more years. Prokos's Santayana is entirely made up. His head sags a little, his eyes begin to water. His voice rose imperceptibly, as though for a final effort. "We are sailing ever deeper into the dark, uncharted waters. The lights in the lighthouses are beginning to go out. Is there anything to guide us? Is there anyone worth listening to? I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm cold with terror." I fear this is a libel, and I grow irritated with my dead friend Fritz. Wilson gets the tone right. This little husk of a man, at once so ascetic and so cheerful, sustaining at 81 so steady an intellectual energy, inhabiting a convent cell among the layers of historical debris that compose the substance of Rome, intact and unmoved by the tides of invasions and revolution that have been brawling back and forth around him, and when he talked about these outside occurrences, it was as if he attached them to history. The war was an event like any other which would presently belong to the past. A past that Santayana belongs to, as well as Wilson and Prokos and nearly everyone else that I knew in 1948, all past and gone. Years later I became a friend of Philip Rov, a literary critic as well as editor of Partisan Review. The only row that I ever had with Philip was when he remarked, in passing, that Santayana had sent him an essay from Rome, probably a chapter of Dominations and Powers, which Philip had sent back unread because, "What's he got to say to us now?" I said, "Everything, and more." There is a strain of flippant anti-Semitism in Santayana's letters and obiter dicta that makes uncomfortable reading, but it is all a part of a general dislike of both nationalism and tribalism. As he wrote to his Jewish assistant at Harvard, "Nationalism is at once interior and exterior, or political. How can Italian, Balkan, Irish, or Zionist Americans combine in an entity between the two? It is the difficulty of realizing either of these ideals that seems to me to make nationality a problem rather than a solution." The idea of any people as chosen he finds romantic in the worst sense. Finally, it is not the Jews that disturb him, but the Germans. As early as the First War, he found that in their tribes there was something sinister at work, something at once hollow and aggressive. Egotism in German philosophy describes how, after Napoleon's invasion, Fichte and Hegel cobbled together a worldview that Providence intended for the German people to occupy the supreme place in the history of the universe. Of this revealed philosophy, Santayana notes, "It is the air of Judaism, and he finds it to be not so much religious as a mad idealism in service to the state. In this philosophy, imagination that is sustained is called knowledge, illusion that is coherent is called truth, and will that is systematic is called virtue." This was written in 1916. The most famous of Santayana's aphorisms is, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." A generation later, the forgetful Germans made a second bid for supremacy and again failed. Santayana despised fanaticism. After all, the title of his 5-volume philosophy is The Life of Reason. He was a materialist of the Epicurean school of Democritus and Lucretius, and he suspected that despite all his notions of the tribe and self and will and God and skepticism and animal faith, chaos is perhaps at the bottom of everything. In 1985, after the bird's death, I wrote, 37 years ago, in March 1948, Tennessee Williams and I celebrated his 37th birthday in Rome, except that he said that it was his 34th birthday. Years later, when confronted with the fact that he had been born in 1911, not 1914, he said serenely, "I do not choose to count as part of my life the 3 years that I spent working for a shoe company." Actually, he had spent 10 months, not 3 years, in the shoe company, and the reason that he had changed his birth date was to qualify for a play contest open to those 25 or under. No matter. I thought him very old in 1948. I must say I was somewhat awed by Tennessee's success. In his memoirs and life, he went on and on about the years of poverty, yet, starting with The Glass Menagerie, 1944, he had an astonishingly productive and successful 15 years. But even at that high moment in Rome, the bird's eye was coldly realistic. "Baby, the playwright's working career is a short one. There's always somebody new to take your place." Tennessee worked every morning on whatever was at hand. If there was no play to be finished or new dialogue to be sent round to the theatre, he would open a drawer and take out the draft of a story already written and begin to rewrite it. I once found him revising a short story that had just been published. "Why," I asked, "rewrite what's already in print?" He looked at me, vaguely. Then he said, "Well, obviously it's not finished," and went back to his typing. In Paris, he gave me the story Rubio y Morena to read. I didn't like it. "So fix it," he said. He knew, of course, that there is no fixing someone else's story or life, but he was curious to see what I would do. So I reversed backward-running sentences, removed repetitions, eliminated half those adjectives and adverbs that he always insisted do their work in pairs. I was proud of the result. He was deeply irritated. "What you have done is remove my style, which is all that I have." Tennessee could not possess his own life until he had written about it. This is common. To start with, there would be, let us say, a sexual desire for someone. Consummated or not, the desire, something that is made to occupy a larger space than that which is afforded by the individual being, would produce reveries. In turn, the reveries would be written down as a story. But should the desire still remain unfulfilled, he would make a play of the story, and then, and this is why he was so compulsive a working playwright, he would have the play produced so that he could, at relative leisure, like God, rearrange his original experience into something that was no longer God's and unpossessable, but his. The bird's frantic lifelong pursuit of and involvement in play productions was not just ambition or a need to be busy. It was the only way that he ever had of being entirely alive. The sandy encounters with his first real love, a dancer on the beach at Provincetown, and the dancer's later death, an awful flower grew in his brain. Instead of being forever lost, were forever his, once they had been translated to the stage, where living men and women could act out his text and with their immediate flesh close at last the circle of desire. "For love I make characters in plays," he wrote, and did. I had long since forgotten why I called him the glorious bird, until I came to reread his stories for a preface that I would write. The image of the bird is everywhere in his work. The bird is flight, poetry, life. The bird is time, death. Have you ever seen the skeleton of a bird? If you have, you will know how completely they are still flying. In his last story, written at 71, The Negative, he wrote of a poet who can no longer assemble a poem. "Am I a wingless bird?" he writes, and soars no longer. One of the bird's academic biographers wanted to know if he had ever said anything witty or wise. I suppose too much had been made of his later years, when he was often on pills or drunk and not always coherent. But, at his best, he was corrosively funny. After listening to a boorish youth in a bar repeat for the 100th time, "Live and let live is my motto," The bird finally said, with grave courtesy, "Surely, in your situation, there is no alternative philosophy." The fiercely busy and tragical director Kazan was Stanislavski to the bird's Chekhov. Where Tennessee or Chekhov intended a comic effect, the two directors insisted on fierce passion and tears. Invariably, at the end of A Streetcar Named Desire, when the audience was barking like seals as the broken Blanche Dubois is led away, with the poignant cry, "I have always depended upon the kindness of strangers," the bird's whoop of laughter would echo in the snuffling theater, and he would say loudly, "Now she's off to the bug house." In London, I acted as interpreter between the bird and Claire Bloom when she was about to take on the role of Blanche. The bird didn't think she was right for the part, but he had agreed to the production. Claire was jittery. He offered her a cigarette. "I don't smoke," she said, grabbing the cigarette and inhaling deeply as he lit it. "Except one, just before dinner, always in the evening," she babbled. The bird looked at her suspiciously. Then he said, "Do you have any questions about the play?" "Yes," Claire pulled herself together. "What happens after the final curtain?" The bird sat back in his chair, narrowed his eyes. "No actress has ever asked me that question." He shut his eyes. Thought. "She will enjoy her time in the bin. She will seduce one or two of the more comely young doctors. Then she will be let free to open an attractive boutique in the French Quarter." "She wins?" "Oh, yes," said the bird. "Blanche wins." The result was splendid. Claire gained greater and greater strength as the play proceeded, and, at the end, she leaves for the bin as for a coronation. Audiences cheered, not knowing how one psychological adjustment, made in the smoke of one cigarette at dusk, had changed the nature of a famous play. I went from Rome to Cairo, where I finished A Search for the King in the old Shepherd's Hotel. Cairo was like a French provincial city, relatively uncrowded and presided over by a fat young king, Farouk. I watched him one evening at the Auberge des Pyramides, a nightclub near the Sphinx. Like a mafia don, with dark glasses, he was surrounded by plainclothesmen, also in dark glasses. Farouk was on the prowl for large blonde women. Later, when he was in exile in Rome, I used to see him at the Café de Paris on the Via Veneto, always at the same table, always with a different large blonde. One night a thief grabbed the blonde's purse and fled with it into the Dolce Vita night. She screamed. Farouk laughed with delight. In Cairo, I was taken up by some wonderfully shady characters. One was the sad, plump, middle-aged son of the last sultan of the Ottoman Empire. He had married a sister of King Zog of Albania. He wooed me sadly and hopelessly beside the pool at Mena House. He looked like a sensitive dentist. He was also the only person I ever met who sighed the way that characters are supposed to sigh in novels, which is where, of course, he ended up in The Judgment of Paris, the first book where I abandoned the somewhat affected, plain plywood style of what I long ago christened the national manner and spoke, as it were, in my own voice. It was a bit like being let out of the army. With that book, I felt that I could try, if not do, anything. Under the influence of Karnak and the Valley of the Kings, I wrote a powerful play. I forget the subject, but I thought the result sublime. After Tennessee read it, he said, rather thoughtfully, "You must not have been well in Cairo. The water's bad, I am told. I think this is the worst play I have ever read." In Cairo, I was also beginning to invent some of the characters that I would use in Messiah. At Luxor, I started to hear the voice of the narrator of what was to be my first novel in the first person. I moved on to Paris, where I stayed at the Pont Royal Hotel. Sartre and de Beauvoir held court in the downstairs bar. Tourists had driven them from the Café Flore. Now, at century's end, I find it hard to believe that I once lived in a time when writers were world figures because of what they wrote, and that their ideas were known even to the vast perennial majority that never reads. The world paid close attention to Sartre and Camus, and people took sides in their duels. Gide and Mauriac, and, my favorite, de Monterland, were like oracles to be consulted. It was as if literature, in its last act, decided to have one final great Paris season, and we Americans, British, Italians too, came dutifully to Paris to see the gods in what proved to be their twilight, though none of us suspected that we had come at the end of the day, and that the horses of the night were, contrary to Faust's prayer, running very fast indeed. In our youthful innocence, we mistook early evening for morning. In Paris, there were Bellow and Mailer and Capote and Baldwin and Bowles, while Tennessee and I shared a floor of the small Hôtel de l'Université. As the century unfolded, we would all be duly admired and known while becoming, simultaneously, mere coda to a more and more irrelevant Western literature. This summer at a Salzburg seminar, I described what it had been like to live at a time when writing was still central to the culture, if not the culture. One of the school teachers was indignant. What a romantic view, as if Sartre and Camus were of any literary consequence. For her, they had been surpassed and replaced by Derrida, Foucault, and a lady who teaches currently at the Sorbonne. But Derrida is faded now, while Foucault's fatal adventures in the San Francisco bathhouses made him, briefly, a secular saint in the time of AIDS. I suppose that is some distinction, but 500,000 people attended Sartre's funeral, and of that number, perhaps half had once read him with passion. Tennessee decided to celebrate his arrival in Paris with a party at the hotel. The translator, Duhamel, was told to invite the gods. He did. The gods did not come. Sartre sat nearby, alone in the bar of the Pont Royal, conspicuously not attending the Birds' vernissage. A few actresses showed up, interested in the part of Blanche Dubois, which they had read about in the press. The angry bird sent Duhamel to Sartre. Duhamel returned to say that Sartre was on his way. In general, the French gods kept their distance from all of us. But then they were some 20 years behind in their reading of American literature. Dos Passos's Manhattan Transfer was the popular American novel that season. They also liked Horace McCoy and James M. Cain. They were barely up to Hemingway, while Fitzgerald was unknown. I made a reference to him in a novel that was translated into French a few years later. The publisher provided the reader with a footnote explaining, helpfully, that F. Scott Fitzgerald had been the English translator of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. John Lehman, my English publisher, appeared. Tall, with ice-blue eyes, he had been an editor at Virginia Woolf's Hogarth Press. During the war, he had published Penguin's New Writing, a monthly anthology. Then he started his own publishing house. He got me through Isherwood, while I got him The Bird and Paul Bowles. He also published Bellow and Delmore Schwartz, a prescient American list for the late 40s. He had a tiger's grin, liked to call people ducky. Sexually, it was his pleasure to beat working-class boys. Otherwise, he lived a life of perfect domestic virtue with a ballet dancer called Alexis Racine, an uncommonly plain, uncommonly effeminate man. I had not taken into account that when I wrote The City and the Pillar, I would become a figure of great interest to the fag world, about which I knew rather less than the book suggests. I sensed, correctly, that the Grand Queens would dislike the book not only for its lack of chic, but because the hetero boy gets fucked by the protagonist, an act very much against their nature. Meanwhile, a pack of queens were on the move that summer in Europe. Some lived by their wits, others on remittances from home. In 1948, they converged on Rome and Paris and Tangier. In the next decade, it would be Athens and Istanbul. Later, Tokyo, where life was cheap in the 70s and Americans honored. Then Tokyo extruded them, and the survivors fled the setting sun for San Francisco. Of the peripatetic group that centered on Tennessee, Capote, the Bowleses, not me, I was fugitive, all but one is dead. In America, I had steered clear of them, though I would sometimes visit the Blue Parrot on Lexington Avenue, a faggot bar above which General Dwight D. Eisenhower had his office. Did he know? I once took my stepsister-in-law, the actress Ella Raines, to the bar. My stepbrother was regular Army, West Point. "Why," Ella said, "it's just like the Officers' Club." I went to the Blue Parrot not for sex, but wits, like Sam Lurie, a rotund publicist for ballet theater. Sam had the profile of Louis XVI and a wit as sharp as Wilde's. Once, at a party, someone referred to trade, boys who sold their sex, as angels in disguise, a phrase from the Bible. But from which book? Someone suggested the Book of Hebrews. The host duly checked the Bible. "I can't find the Book of Hebrews," he said. "That's because," said Sam, "you have the Racquet Club edition." Tennessee writes to Donald Wyndham in the summer of '48 that Gore gets on even less well with people than I do. Certainly I never got on with the remittance queens for whom Tennessee was a magnet, which meant that if one saw him, one saw them. Tennessee and I occupied the second floor of the Hôtel de l'Université on the left bank. The second floor was 2 rooms and a bath for him on the street side, and 1 room and a bath for me in the back, with the stairwell between. Not long ago, a would-be biographer of the bird, an American academic, wrote me to ask if we had had an affair. I told her that although it was not my habit to comment on private matters, it had been my experience in real life that it was unusual for colleagues to go to bed with each other. Of course, I added tolerantly, to show that nothing human could be alien to me, I did understand that it was well known for tenured lady professors to go to bed with each other, and I was certainly not about to cast a cold eye upon their sapphic revels. The bird and I did like the same type, and we would pass boys back and forth. Once, after an unsuccessful evening's prowl of Saint-Germain, we returned to the hotel, and the bird said, "Well, that just leaves us." To which he says I said, "Don't be macabre." I don't recall any of this, but he enjoyed telling the story, so I suppose it happened. When he made a similar suggestion to Donald Wyndham, a fellow hunter, Wyndham's response was sharp. "I deplore," he said, "your taste." I would lock myself in the back of the second floor and work while Tennessee watered the queens, who then repaid his hospitality with exuberant mockery of his plays, his appearance, his generosity. Summer afternoons I would prowl the streets, empty of traffic in those days. Sometimes I would go to the male brothel that Proust had set up for his own voyeuristic purposes. It was now called Hôtel Saumon, and lugubriously furnished with Mother Proust's furniture, of which Oscar Wilde had observed, on his one visit to the Proust family apartment, "How ugly your furniture is." But the beds were comfortable, as I discovered in the summer of 1948, the terrible year in which a woman senator in France and a woman senator in Italy each got her country's brothels shut, increasing the spread of venereal disease. Although Hôtel Saumon was forced to shut down in 1949, regular customers could still use the rooms, presided over by an old, bald Algerian named Saïd. The hotel was in an arcade just off the Place de l'Humanité. To the right of the entrance, a small office. To the left, stairs. Saïd himself looked like an evil djinn in the Arabian Nights, but looks belied an amiable and gentle nature. He would loll at one end of a dirty divan, and I'd sit at the other and ask him questions about Monsieur Marcel. He would sit there, where you sit, always in a great fur coat. Even on a hot day like this, he was always cold. What did Proust do? I could not resist asking. Paul Bowles had told me that Proust had once become ecstatic when he watched a rat bite a youth's hand, or was it the other way round? Oh, he would just look. That's all. There were holes, you know, in the walls. Said was vague. After all, I was a customer and might not want to be spied on. Said had somehow been involved with the first manager of the hotel, and in due course he had inherited the business. On the first floor there was a sitting room. One could look through a crack in the door at the room's contents, a half-dozen working-class boys, smoking, reading newspapers, drinking wine. Choice made, Said would send the one chosen to the room. To exoticize the Victorian solidity of Madame Proust's furniture, Said had hung, wherever he could, beaded curtains, while in dark, dusty corners tarnished bronze pots and pipes gleamed. The boys were polite and rather shy, and they urgently needed money. Whatever their primary sexual interests, they took easily to their own sex, and I often wondered how Kinsey would have rated them. The ghettoization of gay and straight had not yet begun. I suspect that all of them would marry and have children, and then, in due course, with age, they would pay for women and perhaps boys too, since that taste had been awakened, if nowhere else, amongst Said's Algerian beads. I particularly liked one blond, rangy youth, as tall as I, rare in France in those austere days. He was a student, he said, and this was the quickest way to raise money to put himself through university. Was he telling the truth? A week later, as I was crossing the Pont Neuf, a couple passed me, pushing a baby carriage. She was pretty and pregnant. Despite thick glasses, I recognized the blond student. He gave me a smile and walked on. John Lehman introduced me to Denham Fouts, un homme fatal from Jacksonville, Florida. Denham was in his late 30s, very pale, with dark, lank Indian hair and blank, dark eyes, usually half shut. He smoked opium, and the light hurt his eyes. He was being kept by Peter Watson, usually identified as the oleomargarine king of England. A tall, nervous man, Peter had financed Cyril Connolly's Horizon magazine, at that time the most interesting literary paper in the English-speaking world. Watson established Denham in a flat on the Rue de Bac, then more or less abandoned him. Denham spent his days in a great bed beneath a Tchelitchev painting, the paraphernalia for his opium pipe close by. In the salon there were 4 Venetian shell chairs and nothing else. A large white, frizzle-haired dog occupied the far side of the bed. Lehman and I sat on the edge of the bed while Denham, eyes shut, free associated. Cyril was just here. His first trip to Paris since the war. Peter and I took him to a restaurant down the street where he ordered a huge lunch. He's very fat and greedy, you know, and he ate it all up very fast, and then he ordered a second lunch and ate that too. Then he fainted. The waiters carried him back here and put him over there on the floor. Isherwood is on his way, he writes me. He's with someone new, he says. I took up Vendanta when I was in California because of Chris, and he did because of Gerald Hurd, who was a real fraud. I want to meet Truman Capote. I have his picture here. There, under the opium pipe, was Truman's picture, as posed for Life magazine. I said that they were bound to get along. Denham was very much a denizen of a world that Capote was intent on breaking into. Café society was the phrase then used. Jet set was later coined to describe people with money who liked publicity, and the collection of marginal types like Denham and Truman for their beauty or news value or simply gossip. Denham's legendary beauty was not visible to me. He looked like the ghost he would soon be, dead of a malformed heart. He was slender and boyish, with a markedly asymmetrical face. He was at his best with pubescent boys, but then he was one himself, I should think, a southern Penrod who still spoke with a North Florida accent. Denham prepared the opium pipe, an elaborate process that involved melting a pellet of opium in a metal dish set over a flame. Then the pellet was placed in a metal cup atop a long wooden pipe. Denham inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly blue medicinal-smelling smoke. "Here." Lehman abstained, but I tried and had a coughing fit. The large dog eagerly sniffed the air. "I've just had a telegram from Prince Paul, only he's King Paul now. We lived together, well, traveled a lot together before the war, but then he had to get married to Frederica, and so we stopped seeing each other because I was living in Santa Monica by then anyway and working in that bookshop and seeing Chris and Gerald." The names kept flowing evenly, without any particular emphasis, and I assumed that most of them were inspired by opium. As he sensed my skepticism, he produced a crumpled telegram from the floor beside his bed. I read, "My dear Denham, so thrilled to hear from you. I am much better than papers report. Hope you can come to Athens. Love, Paul." And the venue duly noted, Royal Palace. This story, at least, was true. Isherwood, Capote, and I each dealt with Denham in short stories. It is a pity that he himself never wrote a memoir. On the other hand, Lehman wrote several volumes of memoirs, and Isherwood and I used to marvel at how so deeply malicious and interesting a gossip could be so boring when he came to review his own life and times. John describes his failure as a publisher to sign up Truman, so he decided to take a chance on Gore Vidal, whose homosexual novel, The City and the Pillar, had just caused a considerable stir. Then he gets wrong the story about Truman's 25 if he's a day. John also believes that our rivalry was as intense on my side as on his. I recall no rivalry, as opposed to anger at what Truman said about me. Besides, how could two writers so unlike be in competition? "Thank God we're not intellectuals," Truman once said to me, to which my dusty answer was, "Speak for yourself." One day, I persuaded André Gide to let me bring young Gore Vidal to be introduced to him. This was an event that Gore had dreamed of for years, and he was in a high state of excitement as we rang the doorbell in the Rue Vaneau. I like that word, persuaded. Noble John? It is true that I wanted to meet the literary great that season, but having me dream of meeting Gide, or of any other writer, is far-fetched. After all, I had been brought up with far more famous people than the old writers to whom I was now paying homage, as the young Gide had once done to Oscar Wilde. But John knew nothing of my background, nor was I about to tell him. In those days, I liked to give the impression that I was a professional tennis player turned hustler. John Bowen, then editor of Oxford's Isis magazine, titled his review of The City and the Pillar, "Kiss Me Again, Hot Lips, I'm Asbestos." We have been friends ever since. The master was in his most cordial mood and questioned Gore closely about sex in American writing. At the end, Gore rather nervously mentioned that he had sent Gide a copy of his The City and the Pillar, though he had received no acknowledgment. Gide replied that he remembered perfectly well, and then immediately switched the conversation onto the stranger perversions that were prevalent, he was told, amongst rich spinsters and widows in New York. Afterwards, Gore sighed and said he supposed that just meant that Gide had not read his book. I was not so sure. Actually, I had not sent Gide a copy of the book. Joseph Breitbach, a French novelist of the day and friend of Gide, told me that Gide had said, with some amusement, that he had received several copies of the book from those who thought that he should keep up with the latest work in the field, as Dr. Kinsey would say. Breitbach said that Gide would be pleased to receive its author. Then Breitbach left town, and so it was generous John was able to fulfill my lifelong dream to shake the hand that had shaken the hand of Oscar Wilde. Actually, my memory of the meeting is pleasant indeed. The flat was sunny. Gide's plain wood desk looked onto Rue Vaneau, not far from Mrs. Wharton's Paris flat on the Rue de Varennes. Gide was 79, short-legged, deep-chested, with a large egg-like bald head on which was perched a Vie de Bohème velvet beret. He also wore a dark green velvet jacket. The voice was deep and rather stagey, like the Comédie Française actor that I had seen in de Montalon's Le Maître de Santiago. I congratulated the master on having just won the Nobel Prize, a great sea change in Scandinavian academe, because Gide was the first acknowledged admirer of same-sexuality to have got the prize. He beamed, then intoned, Premier le Kinsey report, et après ça le prix Nobel. John missed all this. I told Gide about my meeting with Dr. Kinsey. The master was fascinated with Kinsey and his report, which he felt had indeed made him, if not respectable, plausible and prizable. He knew that The City and the Pillar had been coupled with the report. Yes, he had discussed the book with Breitbach. Yes, I would have liked an endorsement from him, but none came, at least not directly to me. I thought our encounter significant because Gide himself had spent much of his life under the sort of cloud that had now materialized over me. Luckily for him, France had a degree of civilization, and he was able to prevail in the literary world. Unfortunately for me, the United States has never had a civilization, and so survival is not easy if one goes against the grain of so fiercely superstitious a land. But as Gide had survived in his world, I intended to do so in mine. It was a pity that I met him with the supercilious John instead of our common friend Breitbach, who could have guided the conversation along more interesting lines than my Phillips Exeter French and John's cher maître-ing could lay down. "I get so many books," Gide said. "Such interesting ones." The dark eyes glittered with amusement. "Here." He gave me a thick illustrated manuscript with red handwritten capital letters. "From a vicar, living in the English countryside." The drawings were beautifully rendered tableaus of naked schoolboys indulging in every sort of sexual act. I studied the drawings with pleasure. Then I asked, "How is the text?" "Un petit peu trop littéraire." The telephone rang. Gide picked it up. "Ah, cher maître." A high nasal voice spluttered out of the receiver. Gide held the phone away from his ears so that we could listen. "Henri de Montalon," he whispered. Later, I came to admire de Montalon's books rather more than Gide's. A few years ago, I was much moved to find on the cover of a Dutch translation of Julian an endorsement from de Montalon, saying that this was a book which he liked to read and reread because of my beautiful rendering of the last glimmer of paganism. That season, I was keeping track of Capote's lies. As I was the only one who found them offensive, why should I have cared? I don't know why, other than a constitutional dislike of liars, not to mention Truman himself. Jack Knowles, in later years Truman's neighbor on Long Island, tells me that Truman had told him that he'd been in love with me and that I had rejected him. Easily, I said to Jack, one of his finest spur-of-the-moment inventions. I caught Truman out in a dozen or so lies that everyone else preferred to believe. I can't think what labor of Hercules I thought I had undertaken, and certainly to no useful end, because the instant lie was Truman's art form, small but, paradoxically, authentic. One could watch the process. A famous name would be mentioned. The round, pale fetus face would suddenly register a sort of tick, as if a switch had been thrown. "Eleanor Roosevelt. Oh, I know her intimately. I was with her when Franklin died. She hated him, you know. And of course she was in love with Marlena. In fact, she and Marlena and I were together in Marlena's suite at the Pierre when, suddenly, Eleanor came rushing in. Oh, she was so big. Stark naked, too, from the bedroom, to say that the president was dead. So Marlena..." To watch Capote's face as he added detail after detail was to observe the raw creative process in all its primal fury. During the summer of 1948, Truman and I met Camus at a party given by the publisher Gallimard. Camus was much involved with actresses in those days, but before summer was over, Truman was telling everyone that Camus was so madly in love with him that he would come to his hotel, importunately, in the middle of the night, wanting yet again to hold that dwarfish body in his loving arms. When I told Truman's biographer that there was no way that someone as dedicated to the other sex as Camus would have been interested in Capote, the biographer, unscrupulous in his bioporn, did modify the story to say that it happened only once. Truman had also shown me a gold ring with an amethyst set in it. "André Gide gave me this. He never stops calling." Before my eyes, Truman turned himself into a gem-like flame with the aged Gide as suicidal moth. Now I was able to ask Gide, "How do you find Truman Capote?" "Who?" I repeated the name. Lehman was mysteriously disturbed, as if I were somehow cheating. Did he feel that Capote's lie should not be questioned? Gide finally understood whom I was talking about. "No," he said. "I haven't met him, but several people have sent me this." From his desk he held up the photograph of Truman from life. He grinned. "Is he in Paris?" We talked of Oscar Wilde. I cannot remember a word that he said. He also wondered what it was that Anglo-Saxons found to admire in Henry James. When it was time to go, he asked me if I would like a book. I said, "Yes, Corydon." He looked surprised. This was his first work in the field, a rather fin de siècle dialogue on a Virgilian shepherd's loves. "I never give that book," he said, leading me out of the room. "Mind the step," he said in English, his only words to me in that language. But he did say that he was particularly proud of the fact that he had translated Conrad from English into French. Gide's library was on 2 levels, with a gallery separating lower floor from upper floor. He gave me a copy of Corydon and wrote, "Avec la sympathie." Thus, Old and New World met on a title page. Summer day. Long blue shadows on the cobblestones. Paul Bowles, slender, blonde, exquisitely turned out, and I walked down an empty street off Saint-Germain. Suddenly, a radio is turned on behind a shuttered window, and the street is filled with the music of Bizet. Paul complains that composers now think of him as a writer, and writers as a composer, and that, as a result, he is nowhere. He is writing a novel, The Sheltering Sky. It will be published the next year, and Tennessee will review it in the New York Times, with a somewhat gratuitous swipe at Capote and me. At last a mature artist has come on the scene, so unlike... "Why did the bird feel he had to attack us?" I later asked Donald Wyndham. "Because he's jealous of anyone younger who writes." The bird was a late starter, which he blamed on all those years, actually months, spent in a shoe factory. When the Times delayed publication of the review, the bird was positive that I had used my influence there to kill the review, or so he wrote in a letter now published, long after the fact. He knew, of course, that I had no influence at the Times, rather the reverse. As we walked toward the Seine, Bowles said that he had just met Saul Bellow. "Numerous inside jokes about the Torah," he reported. I said that I had liked Dangling Man. Paul had not read it. He had just bought a Pleiad edition of de Sade, whom I'd not read. He talked at length about him. When I wrote a preface to Paul's collected short stories, I mentioned de Sade as an influence. Paul wrote a friend to say that I was wrong, and that he had never been able to read, much less be influenced by de Sade. Plainly, the parsimonious author of the Sadean The Delicate Prey had wasted his money on the complete works. One day, walking alone, what a time for walking that season was, I passed the Café des Deux Magots, where sat Christopher Isherwood with his friend Bill Caskey. I had sent Isherwood the manuscript of The City and the Pillar. He had responded with praise. I was grateful. I needed all the support that I could get. I introduced myself to Isherwood. Thus began a friendship that was to last for the rest of his life. The common denominator in the rare friendships that I have had with other writers is laughter. With Christopher and the bird, I laughed a great deal. The bird's humor ran to the grotesque, Christopher's to shades of meaning, often involving colliding class systems, which he could play upon like a comic virtuoso at the xylophone. We would make extravagant statements, and then develop them. "I am American literature," I announced one day. "I feared as much," he said. Although the voice was controlled, I saw the mounting terror in his eyes as we deconstructed American literature, not only past but yet to come, making, as we did, spacious room for ourselves among the ruins. We did parodies. I would improvise in the manner of the later James, setting up clause upon clause like fences in a steeplechase, while Christopher would respond with Edgar Wallace. He often saw himself as a detective or doctor in a mystery movie. He is discovered on camera, al fresco. He is kneeling beside a crumpled body. He wears a trench coat. He looks keenly up into the camera and says tonelessly, "He's dead." The three of us went out to Versailles. Christopher and I talked. Caskey glowered. He was an ex-merchant mariner from Kentucky. I suppose he was jealous. He need not have been. Even he was too old for my taste. I stayed with John Lehman at 31 Egerton Crescent in London. Eagerly, John collected the ration book that I had been given on entry into that hungry island. My reward was a mess of fish with one egg clotted over it at breakfast. I ate the rationed egg and left the fish. John tells us that there were several passages in The City and the Pillar, a sad, almost tragic book, and a remarkable achievement in a difficult territory for so young a man, that seemed to my travelers and the printers to go too far in frankness. I had a friendly battle with Gore to tone down and cut these passages. Irony of time and taste, they wouldn't cause an eyebrow to be lifted in the climate of the early 60s. I suppose that they would not, but in 1968 a publisher's lawyer insisted on several hundred changes in the English edition of Myra Breckinridge. Of 1948, Lehman reports, "It was already perfectly clear to me in those early meetings that Gore had limitless ambition and confidence in himself. I grew fond of him, but in spite of my estimate of his abilities and energy, I could not then have envisaged his blossoming out, a decade later, as one of the most successful American writers of plays for television and stage, author of extremely clever and successful film scripts, and even a controversial figure in Democratic politics of the Kennedy era." As I type this out, I am delighted by the exquisitely malicious choice of adjectives, each an alarm bell for an English ear, but music to an American one. For the English, clever is almost the worst thing that a writer can be. Successful is something to be avoided, if possible. If not possible, as in the case of E.M. Forster, say, the writer of true worth and human modesty is expected to let slip the feather and withdraw into silence, surrounded by loving friends whom he has refused to surpass. To be a writer of any kind in England is to be very humble indeed, although for the Bloomsburyites, among whose relics and heirs I had fallen, the moral superiority of the writer was contingent on his shy lack of worldly ambition and his capacity for making precise, even terminal, moral judgments on the behavior of his fellows. Maynard Keynes had been, finally, detested by the other Bloomsburyites because he had gone into the world as an economist and money manager. Then he had triumphed as an advisor to nations, and worse, after a string of intense, unsafe sex partners, he married a woman, a ballet dancer whom the others disliked, and finally, hell's last circle, he became uxorious. Forster was the Madame Lafarge of this set, as I was soon to discover, and the apparently shy, modest literary folk are still, in their hearts, proud of their schools and professional or civil service families, while deeply envious of other people's schools and families and accents. And though they will cringe in the presence of someone of a higher class, they are quick to shoot down anyone lower than they who dares move above his station, starched serviette held on high. As a result, most English humor is based on someone being caught out in his pretensions and firmly put down. They speak with irony of their betters, but if royalty's shadow should fall across their path, they come, as Tom Dryburgh would say, all over queer. I am reading Edmund Wilson's diaries kept during the 60s. I note with amusement that Auden harangues him as he did me on the subject of class. Auden told me that one reason for his coming to America was that he had discovered that there were no social distinctions. He said that he had regretted not having been sent to Eton. The English disease affects them all. Wilson tried to set Auden straight, but I suspect got nowhere. Americans have the same social distinctions as the English, but we play the game so subtly that anyone who does not choose to play can do so as long as he does not wonder why it is that certain worlds are closed to him and their glittering prizes beyond reach. Also, we have a tradition of the self-invented millionaire from nowhere, like Gatsby, as well as our Truman Capotes and Lillian Hellmans, who keep right on inventing themselves before our eyes. The English could never allow, much less be taken in by, their kind of deception. The island is far too small, while the islander's ear is far too sharp for so much as a single diphthong to fall, swallow-like, undetected. Lehman gave a party for me, to which he added Tennessee as co-guest of honor. Christopher and Caskey were there. It was Christopher's first visit since he and Auden had moved to America before the war. For this transfer, they had been duly pilloried by, among others, that self-invented Catholic gentleman Evelyn Waugh, proud esquire of a smidgen of English dirt. Graham Greene arrived, Gray-Green as his name. The war was over, of course, but to an American eye, English life was of a terrible ration drabness. The entrance of E.M. Forster caused a mild stir. He was all gray, tweed gray. Face and paws, hands I mean, like those of Rat in The Wind in the Willows. Christopher was nervous. He had sent Forster his latest novel, Prater Violet, and had heard nothing. I then observed a ritual English social blooding, not unlike the American one toward the end of The Age of Innocence. A dozen people at one end of the room, much chatter. Then Christopher asked, "Morgan, did you get the copy of Prater Violet I sent you?" Even my transatlantic heart sank. This could only be trouble. Forster went on chanting to William Plummer and seemed not to have heard. Christopher swallowed more gin. "Morgan!" The voice had gone up half an octave. The room was quiet. Forster's eyes twinkled in Christopher's direction. "Did you get the copy of Prater Violet I sent you? I know there's a lot of difficulty mailing things across the—" "Yes, Christopher." Morgan's twinkle never ceased. "I got it." Then he turned back and continued his conversation with Plummer, leaving Christopher garroted in plain view. That was the night when the very drunk Christopher beat up Caskey and then blamed it on me the next morning. "Gore beat you up." I took an instant dislike to Forster, which did not improve when he came over to Tennessee and me. With Tennessee, he was excited fan. Would we come to King's for lunch? We'd never seen Cambridge. Oh, this was the perfect time of year. He would meet us at the college entrance, seated on a stone lion. We would have lunch. Morning found Tennessee and me at the railroad station. We had missed the first train to Cambridge. The next was not for half an hour. Tennessee was getting claustrophobic. "I must have a drink. The pubs aren't open, are they?" "Well, I'll go back to the Savoy." "You can't. Your fan is a very old man, sitting on a stone lion and waiting for you, not me, to come to lunch." The bird became lofty. "I do not choose to lunch with old gentlemen with urine-stained flies." The pleasure was to be mine. Forster's look of disappointment was disheartening. But, dutifully, he took me on a tour. We crossed the river to the chapel, which I coldly termed pretty, thus disheartening him. We had a bad boiled lunch. "You must have the steamed lemon curd roll," Forster said. But as there was only one portion left, which he so clearly wanted, I opted for rhubarb. "Now," he said, contentedly tucking in, "you will never know what steamed lemon curd roll is." I went back to his rooms. He was interesting on music, on Britain, on librettos. He showed me the manuscript of Maurice. I couldn't publish it while my mother was still alive, but now there are other people. I knew all about his married lover, a policeman. There were no secrets in London's literary world. Lionel Trilling had just published a study of Forster's novels. After the book came out, Capote told Trilling that Forster, subject of his book, was queer. For once, Capote was not inventive. Trilling had been astounded. He had never suspected, had not plainly a clue to what the books that he had praised were about. Forster had developed to the highest degree not only Bloomsbury's love of gossip, the more intricate the better, but, rather worse in my view, an unremitting censoriousness. He was always in court, seated on the high bench, passing judgments. Christopher was hanged not so much for Prater Violet, but for having left England before the war. This constant weighing of others in one's own scales is, I should think, somewhat perilous. After all, you yourself might find that what looks to be a pleasant literary tea in Egerton Crescent has suddenly become a gaudy kangaroo court. I think that was the moment I decided no more great men of letters for me. I really disliked Forster. Worse, I really liked his books. This is a ridiculous situation to put oneself in. Him, too. But Forster's example is contagious. Now I'm the censorious one, and all because he had not amiably lied and said right off, "Yes, Christopher, I got the book. We'll talk later." Lying is the worst of sins, but there are times when it forestalls what the bird regarded as the very worst of sins, gratuitous cruelty. In London, Tennessee's first play, The Glass Menagerie, was about to go into rehearsal. Except for the adaptation of The Heiress, no American play was to have a London success for 30 years after the war. In those days, Tennessee's London reviews were always bad and his audiences meager. The director was John Gielgud, hardly an ideal choice for so American a play. The star was Helen Hayes, whom I liked, but the bird could not bear. At one point in the rehearsal, Hayes picks up the typewriter from her son's table and marches about with it as she declaims one of the bird's major arias. Suddenly, she stops and turns to Gielgud. "What do I do with the typewriter?" As usual, Gielgud had no idea, and so Hayes answered her own question. "I think that this loon would put it right back where she picked it up." Beside me in the darkened theater, the bird said in my ear, "Did you hear that? She called Amanda a loon." Amanda, of course, was the bird's mother, Edwina, a woman of joyless pomp and circumstance with a number of patented arias. I called her the good grey goose. In her last days she was positive that the blacks of St. Louis were signaling each other during the dark summer nights by banging the lids of trash cans, preparatory to rebellion, rape, and rapine. One of Tennessee's earliest memories was listening to her denounce his father with the words, "You are the reason that I was obliged to have my womb removed." Yes, she talked like that, and talked and talked. London days. Sometime in the 60s, a stranger came up to me at a party and said, "You are in chips." Chips? Had I won the lottery? Or fried potatoes? The stranger stared at me as at someone demonstrably historic. Then he explained, "The diaries of Sir Henry Channon had just been published, some 10 years after his death. He had been known to me and everyone else as Chips. He came from Chicago, drove an ambulance in the First War, married a Guinness, by whom he had a son, became British and a Conservative Member of Parliament. In the process, he shed the wife but kept her fortune. He lived splendidly in Belgrave Square and also at a country house near Plymouth. Sexually, he preferred men to women and royalty to either. He was good company, and everyone, as they used to say, came to his parties. At my first London party at the house of Oliver Messel, Chips fell upon me, round rosy face flushed with drink, rather like an antique, depraved schoolboy. He had just read The City and the Pillar. I must come stay in the country the next weekend. I was moderately alarmed. I tried to put him off. "I'm here with Tennessee." I pointed to the bird, who stood nearby in a crumpled brown suit and mismatched shoes. Chips did not know who Tennessee was, but he was game. Would we both go? He would send a car for us. He introduced me to his companion Peter Coates, a classic English queen who had been aide to Field Marshal Wavell when he was Viceroy of India. Chips writes, 27 June, Kelvedon. Gore Vidal, the American novelist, and Tennessee Williams, the playwright, and I drive to Kelvedon. Vidal wears his hair like a Nazi, en brosse. He is dark. To look like a Nazi was, I fear, to rank high in Chips's rating for masculine appeal, for he had been part of the pre-war pro-German Cliveden set and had been fetched by Hitler's envoy Ribbentrop. Actually, I wore a standard American crew cut, as most ex-soldiers still did 3 years after the war. I was not dark, but fair. At least he does not mention my blue eyes, a staple of interviewers over the years. Actually, my eyes are the color of very weak tea, a variation on my father's near golden eyes, an alpine racial characteristic that I noted when I was in Friuli and saw my father's eyes eerily staring at me on every side. He has written 4 novels, and the most startling is The City and the Pillar, a book which has practically knocked America out. However, he is pleasant to talk to and not at all spoilt. Tennessee is 34. ... The ellipsis is interesting. Chips's son Paul had the book edited so that any potential embarrassment to him in his political career might be minimized, hence numerous ellipses. What, I wonder, was cut out? I came to know Chips pretty well over the next 10 years. He died in 1958, and he always said that he was writing the sort of diary that not even Saint-Simon had dared write. Chips would tell everything about the sex lives of the people who comprised his world. Since, obviously, he himself didn't know everything, he could at least report what was said at the time, thus providing that context of gossip in which everyone moves, an aura that death entirely eliminates, leaving only a few anecdotes and a bare chronology. I can't imagine Chips not confiding to his diary why my book had had such an effect. He talked to us of his own sex life. Apparently, he was hopelessly in love with Terence Rattigan, the most beautiful man in England and the greatest playwright. In the journal, he says of Tennessee, a terrific Rodin-esque character of force and vitality and a great writer of poetic prose. He had done his homework since the beginning of the week. Both were immensely impressed by Kelvedon, as they have never seen an English country house before. I let Chips think this. Let everyone think that The City and the Pillar was my autobiography. Actually, Marywood was about the same size as Kelvedon. We were joined at luncheon by Field Marshal Sir Claude Auchinleck and Violet Wyndham. ... Another ellipsis? I wonder what was cut out there. An odd mixture, but it went well. Tennessee retired to his room and began another play. That afternoon, Auchinleck and I took a walk amongst the foxgloves to the delight of Chips and Peter Coates, who kept suggesting romance between June and November. The sad-faced Auchinleck was indeed a sad man. He had been removed from the North African command by Churchill, an unconscionable bully with no knowledge of military matters. Auchinleck had returned to the Indian Army. I don't really know this country. He gazed glumly upon the blue-gray countryside. I spent my life in India, you know. That's all I really care about. He later retired to Morocco. Dinner was pleasant. Chips had written a number of books, including a fairly good one about Ludwig of Bavaria. He talked of Paris after the war, when he was setting out on his social career. He had some family money, but not enough for the grandeur that he craved. He toyed with the idea of literature, told me how Proust used to write him long letters, which he never kept. How was I to know he was a genius? Chips had been drawn to Proust, whose ostensible subject was the world that Chips meant to play a part in. There could never be enough glamour for Chips, who had found Gide a dreadful, unkempt, poet-looking person. I reported to him on Gide and on Cocteau, whom he did admire for his glamour rather than for his work. I described the lunch at the Grand Villefort that Tennessee and I had had with Cocteau and his lover, the actor Jean Marais. I had been the translator. It was like an exam at Exeter. Neither the bird nor Cocteau had any very clear idea of who the other was. But Cocteau knew that A Streetcar Named Desire was the most successful play of the post-war era, and he wanted to mount it as a vehicle for Marais, who was threatening to leave him. As it proved, Marais did leave, and Cocteau's Streetcar, with Arletty cast as Blanche, was a glorious mess of incomprehension, full of writhing, befeathered, and sequined black bodies. Everyone mocked Chips, but he more than sang for his supper. In fact, he himself provided the supper in his great silver and crystal dining room, copied from one of Ludwig's castles. He always said that everything would appear one day in the diaries, but his son told me that what was published was pretty much all there was. I doubt this. Though Chips certainly lacked the obsessiveness of a Saint-Simon in pursuit of the Lorraines, I did think of him as a potential Boswell, describing randy times in what for him was the most splendid world there was. But the result was more a catalogue of dinner parties and Westminster gossip as observed from a back bench. After an hour's disquisition on various royalties, the bird, squirming with boredom, said, "But what do they talk about?" "Each other," said Chips, shutting that book smartly. He wanted us to stay for lunch the next day, but the bird wanted to get back to London and a swimming pool that he had discovered. As Chips was showing us to the waiting car, a second land yacht glided into view. He rushed over to help out a small, aged lady, whom he led into the house. Then he came back to us. "That," said Chips, "is the Queen of Spain," and shut the door on us. When Grace Kelly married Prince Rainier of Monaco, Chips gave a party with a long, seedy red carpet that unfurled from his door halfway across Belgrave Square. Peter Coates stood, nervously, at the door, saying to each woman as she arrived, "A small one will do." Exasperated, I asked Chips, "A small what?" "Curtsy." The Chicago Saint-Simon was now arbiter in Belgrave Square. At some point in the summer of 1948, I met Eddie Bismarck. He was the youngest son of the Chancellor, and he must have been about 45. Although his brother Otto more or less served Hitler, Eddie took after his mother, who detested the Germans. Eddie ended up interned by Italian fascists on Capri. He told me that as a child, during the First War, one morning I was sitting on Mother's bed in the house in Berlin when her maid came rushing in to say that the Empress was downstairs and was asking for her, and Mother said, "Tell her to go away, and then count the spoons." Eddie looked exactly like the Chancellor's pictures, but he had been born too late to have known his grandfather. Eddie was a talented decorator as well as an expert on the 18th century, and he was often called in by antiquarians to identify this or that object. Penniless, he had been taken up by the beautiful Mrs. Harrison Williams, who had, before the war, bought a place on Capri. Now that the war was over, she intended to settle there, despite a house on New York's Central Park, a place in New Jersey, and a Paris flat in the Hôtel Lambert. Harrison Williams had been, for a moment at the start of the Depression, the richest man in the United States. He had wanted to be the first billionaire in history, and so he held on a bit too long to his portfolio as the economy came apart. In any case, he was worth about $1/10 billion, quite enough to keep the beautiful Mona and her decorator companion in comfort. The three of them were the envy of the grand world, although I'm not so sure how happy Eddie was at being a sort of superior servant. But when, in due course, Harrison died, Mona became Countess Bismarck, and all was as it should have been. Mona proved as good a friend to me as Eddie, and when I came to live in Ravello, down the coast from Capri, I used to visit them from time to time. She had remarkable blue eyes and hair, supposedly the first woman to handle gray hair by dyeing it blue. The result should have been like Halloween, but was not. Dali painted her, blue hair and all, standing barefoot on a sheaf of newspapers. She was often referred to in the press as the best-dressed woman in the world. Then she set out, with Eddie's help, to make her houses and her life into works of art in every detail. I cannot say that this was perhaps the most useful sort of life, but for the rest of us it was a fine spectacle to see her seated beneath a Goya in the Paris house, or working by the hour in the acres of garden that she had created on Capri, with water shipped in from the mainland. Eddie's Austrian-Bohemian cousin Cecilia Sternberg came to stay in the New York house in 1948, shortly after the Russians had taken away the Sternberg lands in Czechoslovakia, land recovered from the Nazis only 3 years earlier. Now they were again in exile, with their young daughter, Diana, who was to make her way in New York and London as a decorator. To everyone's amazement, after Havel's Velvet Revolution, Diana got back several castles, but no money, and so she has vanished into her native Bohemia, the country, not the state of mind, and I only hear reports of her, armed with staple gun, attaching fabric to castle walls. That summer in New York at the Harrison Williamses' house, Diana sat on the marble stairs one night, watching the grown-ups arrive for dinner. Mona, in a sudden bohemian mood, placed Tennessee on her right and me on her left. On the bird's right was Cecilia. After dinner, Eddie asked Cecilia just how she'd managed to ruffle the bird's plumage. In her memoir, The Journey, Cecilia quotes Eddie. He asked me who that unpleasant foreign woman was who'd made fun of him. When I told him you were my cousin, he nearly fainted. What on earth did you say to offend him? I can't imagine, but he was most unfriendly. I asked him what business he was in, and he said he wrote. Does he? Do you mean to say you've never heard of Tennessee Williams? No. Should I have? But, darling, he's only the most famous young American playwright we have, and his A Streetcar Named Desire is the greatest hit ever. It's playing in every theater all over the world by now, though obviously not known in Czechoslovakia, Mona said. It doesn't matter, Eddie added kindly. I explained to him how shut away you've been for years from everything of importance, and made him understand that it was just ignorance, not malice. He's very sensitive and plagued by self-doubts like all artists, in spite of his success. You'll like Gore Vidal much better. He's well on his way to fame, too. I must give you his novels to read, and I'll bring him to talk to you later. He's brilliant, but in a way more like us. Suffered as much from family tradition as we did in our youth. These things still exist in this country in isolated patches, and since things grow bigger here, if not better than anywhere else, so does family pride and eccentricity. But he's certainly risen above it. Is he by any chance the boy who looks like an archaic Apollo? Why, so he does, rather, Eddie laughed, though his wits are far more archaic. Eddie came to introduce Gore Vidal to me. His face was indeed curiously of the antique world, like a Greek mask, but by no means a tragic one. The wide eyes were alive with humor, and so was a smiling mouth. We talked for a while, and I thought him as charming and amusing as Eddie had told me I would. I have always liked Apollo, and so, of course, I liked Cecilia. I last saw her at Diana's London house. Cecilia had taken to her bed out of boredom. On one side of the bed was a parrot, on the other, a spaniel. Nearby, a bottle of some fiery liquid. Fully clothed, I got into bed with her, and we passed bottle back and forth, and spoke blithely of the dead. I used to spend Easters with Eddie and Mona on Capri, a cold season in those parts. I spent 2 successive Christmas Eves with the Bismarcks and their edgy friends the Windsors in Paris. I liked Wallis. She had a flapper's wisecracking charm. As for the Duke, well, Hughie had made me permanently susceptible to the charms of the born boor, to which time had added to this peculiar lust of mine an equal passion for the deeply stupid. David, as Wallis called him, always had something of such riveting stupidity to say on any subject that I clung to his words like the most avid courtier of the ancien regime. The Duke described coronations, not that he had ever seen one either. He had missed his own. I remarked that much of Westminster Abbey's ritual was Byzantine in origin. The word Byzantine was not seared in his memory. I quickly moved on to the Sic Transit Gloria Mundi moment, when 2 masons appear and ask the newly crowned king for instructions as to his tomb. Masons? Masons! Yes. You one? I'm one, but I've forgotten all the odds and ends. Dull, really. As a French accordion player did his best to play Stille Nacht, the Duke only knew the German lyrics for Christmas hymns, he suddenly said, "British Empire! First trip to India. Glorious! Never would have believed that it would all be gone in my lifetime. Not possible, I'd have thought. I am the last king emperor, you know. My brother was, for a time, but had to give it up. I didn't." Mona said, "Did you see Gore's play, The Best Man, when you were in New York?" "Of course not," said the Duke, genially. "Don't like plays, only shows." He meant musical comedies. I got the Duchess in a reminiscent mood. "I never wanted to get married. This was all his idea. They act as if I were some sort of idiot, not knowing the rules about who can be queen and who can't. But he insisted." She took a long drink of vodka. She had square, ugly hands covered with large jewels. "I remember like yesterday, the morning after we were married, and I woke up and there was David standing beside the bed with this innocent smile, saying, 'And now what do we do?' My heart sank. Here was someone whose every day had been arranged for him all his life, and now I was the one who was going to take the place of the entire British government, trying to think up things for him to do. My life's not important, but I think his was. Such a waste, really, for everyone. Of course, it's all a woman's show over there now." Then the denunciation of the royal ladies would begin, and very entertaining it was. I used occasionally to go to their house in the Bois de Boulogne, filled with loot from the royal family, or so the family claimed. Like Mona, Wallis lived a perfect life. Everything was exactly right. The 2 ladies liked each other to a point, though I did catch the Windsors standing in a corner of the Bismarck's drawing-room. The Duchess had just turned over a plate to see what its marking was. Then a loud whisper, "They must be living on capital, too." I've just finished reading Caroline Blackwood's book about Wallis's last days, the prisoner of a French lady lawyer. Caroline describes the Duchess as non compos mentis, the result of age. Actually, it was the result of a 4th or 5th facelift. After a certain age, few people can take much anesthetic. Wallis was warned that she might die during the operation, but she went ahead. The result was splendid, but of course she died on the operating table for several minutes, quite long enough to scramble her oxygen-denied brain. My last dinner with her was in New York after the operation. We were 4 at a French restaurant. Most of the time she was her old self, but then she would lose her train of thought. Suddenly she announced, "I did learn 1 sentence of Chinese after all those years out there." She clapped her hands. The waiter came over. "Champagne! Chop, chop!" she said. When he looked at her blankly, she frowned. "They do that deliberately, you know. Pretend they don't understand perfect Chinese." I tried to point out to her that as the waiter was Puerto Rican, he could not understand her elegant Mandarin, but she was already on another subject, and in another world. The only thing of a historic nature that I learned from the Duke was apropos Mona's current reading about the Tsar and his family. "I was there," said the Duke, somewhat portentously. "In Russia?" I asked. After all, the Prince Regent had convinced himself that he had fought side by side with Wellington at Waterloo. "No, no!" The Duke was irritable. "I was there at breakfast." "Ah!" we all said, and Eddie, I think, reprised the key word, breakfast. "Yes, with the King and the Queen, just the three of us. Suddenly an equerry comes in. I meant this was breakfast, for heaven's sake." We looked, I hope, suitably horrified at this breach. "Not done, you know, ever." The King was furious, but the man went straight up to him with this note, which the King read and gave my mother, and she read it and gave it back and said no. The King gave it to the equerry and said no. Later that day I asked my mother what that was all about, and she said the government was willing to send a ship to rescue the Tsar and his family, but she did not think it would be good for us to have them in England, and so the Bolsheviks shot the lot of them. Actually, Wallace would have made a very successful consort, but he was clearly no one's idea of even a figurehead monarch. One suspects that the present Princess of Wales, in a recently published private telephone conversation, may have got the mot juste when she referred to the family into which she was so unhappily married as this fucking family. They are certainly tough as nails when it comes to survival. On the other hand, I suspect that Princess Margaret would think Queen Mary's decision typical of someone resentful of real royalty, like the Tsar. When she was reading Nicholas and Alexandra, the princess said, with a shudder, "They're so perfectly ordinary. I mean, it could be us." The last time that I saw the Windsors together was at a screening of a documentary about their lives, shown at a theatre in the Champs-Élysées. I sat across from them and watched them as they watched their lives unfold. He had certainly been a beautiful youth. In fact, the audience, chilly, grand Parisians, gasped when they saw him at the front in the First World War, hair gleaming gold. When the picture ended and the lights came up, the two small people rose in their seats and responded to an ovation for what? Survival, I suppose. To my surprise, he was weeping, and she was dry-eyed and hard-looking. As I passed them, I heard him say, "I'd like to do it all over again." I am convinced that she said, "Well, I wouldn't." But I was by then too far away to hear what she said. Caroline Blackwood reports that in Wallace's last days she turned black. Eddie told me that Wallace's sexual hold over the Duke was that only she knew how to control his premature ejaculation. "How is it done?" "I don't have a clue." "She should open a school." "I do know," said Eddie, somewhat precise and Prussian in these matters, "that before they were married, he could never keep a valet. Afterward, he had a very good one." The kitchen of a flat near Victoria Station, full of sunlight, summer of 1948 or 1949, which was to be pretty much a rerun of the previous year. Again, I started in Rome, then on to Paris and London. The son of the woman who owns the flat is Oberon Herbert, a tall, amiable eccentric with royal longings. But unlike Chips, he does not want to be a courtier. He wants to be a king. During the First War, Oberon's father had been at the Foreign Office, a specialist in the Middle East. After the war, at Versailles, he invented Albania. For this dubious bit of work, the Albanians wanted to elect him king. As he, and they, had no money, he proposed to the British government that he be paid an allowance as Britain's king in the area. The British government refused. They are so envious, you know. Oberon poured me bad coffee in the kitchen. I mean, no one wanted any of them for king of anything. That proffered crown denied had so entered the son's soul that he now wanted one of his very own. He would become king of Poland, a country that often elected outsiders. During the Second War, he worked with the Polish government in exile. He served with his Poles in the field. He learned Polish. He had an enviable gift for languages. It's easy, really. Each morning you put a card with some new verbs on your mirror. By the time you've shaved, you're that much ahead with the language. But Stalin prevented Oberon from taking up the Polish crown. In revenge, Oberon now had his eye on the Ukrainian crown. Really more interesting when you analyze it. I mean, the true crown of Holy Russia is at Kiev, and as the Soviet is bound to break up one day, I shall be ready. In fact, I've already made the arrangements." The large pink face had a faraway expression. As it turned out, he ended his days in a country house surrounded entirely by Malcolm Muggeridge, a bright fool who reported to me, after a debate between us on BBC television, that Oberon has lost all sense of smell and taste, and so he eats and eats but tastes nothing. Now he's absolutely enormous, as are his dogs, but unlike Oberon, they are very bad-tempered, and they have taken over the house. Each has his special chair, and if you try to sit down, they lunge at you, breaking wind all the time. Into the kitchen comes a large, plain young woman. It is Judy Montague. Her mother was Venetia Stanley, who married Edwin Montague of Asquith's cabinet. Asquith was chastely in love with Venetia and wrote her brilliant letters during cabinet meetings when he should have been conducting the First World War. Over the years, when Judy and I both lived in Rome, I would advise her about the letters that were eventually published after her early death. Now she enters my life. "Oberon, how is poor Laura?" Poor Laura was always pronounced as one word. Poor Laura, Oberon's sister, was so named because she had the malign fate to be married to Evelyn Waugh, a drunken social climber who wrote small, funny novels of no great appeal until television realized that the books, particularly Brideshead Revisited, contained soap opera elements, which, properly exploited, could fill with vicarious joy the dismal lives of consumers everywhere. Thus Evelyn, belatedly, became popular in the English-speaking world, and he is now to English literature what Winston Churchill is to politics, and written about at endless length as if he were a great writer, like James Joyce or Rupert Everett. "I can't remember. I don't think he struck her, actually. He shoved her, from what I can tell. He grows worse, of course." Judy, perversely, liked the monster. My last meeting with Evelyn was at Annie Fleming's house in Victoria Square. The teeth were like black pearls by then. He was suffering from the attentions of a dentist. Evelyn was placed beside me, a small man with a red, round face. He pretended, as always, not to know me, and so I affected not to know him either. But he had the advantage of deafness, so he could affect not to hear my polite inquiries about his business, something in the line of estate planning, I had decided. On this occasion he had what looked to be a mandolin, but was actually a Victorian hearing aid. The long end of the mandolin had a cup, which he placed over his ear as he swung the bowl beneath one's chin. "And how long have you been in London?" he cooed. I leaned over the bowl to begin my inquiries into estate planning when he swung the mandolin away from me, and I was left speaking down to the table. I was not to be caught a second time. Eventually the mandolin was swung my way again, but before the question as to my travel plans was completed, I seized the bowl of the mandolin with one hand, and with the other gave the bowl a smart crack. This must have sounded like the last trump to Evelyn, who gave a wounded cry and let drop the mandolin. After dinner we were joined by Tom Dryburgh, chairman of the Labour Party. A sort of stout Dracula, Tom was forever being caught in lavatories with rough youths, many of them not his constituents from proletarian barking. Tom had been at school with Evelyn. From time to time during that evening, Evelyn would announce, "Tom is not as nice as he looks." At about 2 a.m, everyone fled into the night, as none dared go first from a room that contained, in addition to our sharp-tongued hostess, Waugh, Nancy Mitford, Debbo Devonshire, Osbert Lancaster, Eddie Sackville-West, and Anne's lover, Hugh Gaitskell. He was quick-witted and literary in a way no American politician has ever been or could ever be. He was also candid about everything. I saw him several times that season. At one point, Tom asked me to ask Gaitskell if he had any plans to include Tom in a Labour cabinet. At first, Gaitskell laughed. "How can we? He's bound to be arrested in some loo." Then he said, "Well, maybe, if the old thing could stay out of mischief, he could have the Ministry of Works. I think he'd like mucking about with stuff for embassy windows." Recalling how, at Annie's dinner, Gaitskell and I had each done his best to outrage Waugh's mandolin by our fervent protestations of atheism, I proposed that as Tom was such a dedicated Christian, the new Prime Minister should make him Archbishop of Canterbury. Tom would be soaringly happy, and England would be a pagan country in a year. Gaitskell thought this a splendid, statesmanlike solution. I always enjoyed the English connection. I was also grateful for it during the years of my American blackout. My books were reviewed as books, not as pretext for sermons on what are now called family values. But I have left Judy in the kitchen near Victoria Station. "I'm going to marry Joe Alsop," she said. "Why?" I had known Joe since I was 10, and he was in his early 20s, a young journalist in Washington. Joe used to come out to Marywood, and once he watched Jimmy and me play tennis. In later years he would say, "I knew the cast of The City and the Pillar." "I want children, a home. Washington suits me. It's political, and I like that. So does Princess Margaret." Judy was the princess's best friend. "Joe's in on everything, and I like his cousin, Alice Longworth. So unless there's someone else—" I'm afraid that I told her that the only romantic attachment that Joe had ever had that I knew of was to Frank Merlo, a Brooklyn sailor of Sicilian extraction who was soon to move in with Tennessee, more or less permanently. In later years, I would never have volunteered such information, but at the time, I thought that I was doing everyone a favor. All in all, I believe that I did. At least Judy finally married a man who gave her a daughter, and her friendship with Joe continued happily until she died at 49. I am reading Rousseau's Confessions as I write what now seems to be a sort of travelogue in past time. I am curious to know how others manage their memoirs. Tennessee made a mess of his. Too much sex and not enough about the work or even the people that he met. But then, as he told me, he had simply dictated a lot of material and left it to an editor to shape. I have never actually read the book in question. I believe him. Now I break in on myself. Where is this narrative going? I suddenly appreciate the value of conscious fiction, where the protagonist, at least in his creator's mind, moves toward some goal or calculated terminus. But in this text, I am not moving toward anything that I am aware of, and the flora and fauna that I observe along the way are getting to look a bit random and incoherent, and too much like life, of which we all have the same chaotic impressions. Rousseau himself barely holds my interest. He is now describing his early life. He runs away from home, falls in love with an older woman who keeps him for a time. Then he converts to Catholicism in order to get a place to live during the period of conversion. I've always liked the idea of Rousseau, if only because conservatives so hate him. Burke makes him responsible for the French Revolution, and once, in my presence, a Tory publicist declared that he was evil incarnate. I find him, so far, a humorless bore, while Santayana found Rousseau, along with Martin Luther, both intensely unintelligent, yet the world followed them, not to turn back. I desire to set before my fellows the likeness of a man in all the truth of nature, and that man, myself. My immediate response is why? For one thing, you cannot do it. You can confess to all sorts of crimes that most people hide, but at the end, what has one got? A list. At least Augustine was working for his church when he decided to confess to having stolen some pears as a boy, an episode which the bemused Oliver Wendell Holmes described to Harold Lasky as a bit rum. One should do better than that when it comes to crime. Perhaps at the end of his confession, I will be in a mood to absolve him, but thus far his monotonous self-love is Neen-like in its intensity. Ominously, he writes, "Nothing that concerns myself shall remain obscure or hidden. That I shall keep myself continually before my eyes." Yet there are few strong scenes and not much remembered dialogue. What one does get is a querulous tone of voice. One feels that he is obliged to write in this way because he has spent a lifetime solemnly regarding himself and rehashing the various injustices that he has collected along his sacred way. One doesn't feel that one knows him as one knows Flaubert or Byron from their letters and notebooks. Worse, one doesn't really want to know him at all. I do begin to understand why Rousseau liked to assert that the arts and sciences have conferred no real benefits on mankind. His thought that only by a return to nature could man, the noble savage, find his true identity. Since man is naturally good, and only by institutions is he made bad. Paradoxically, he thought the only merit to be found for man was in war. At the time that he was writing, 1750, civilized Europeans were mopping up the noble savages of the two Americas. Certainly he is true ancestor to Marx when he writes, "The first man who, having enclosed a piece of land, bethought himself of saying, 'This is mine,' and found people simple enough to believe him, was the real founder of civil society," as well as the real founder of those wars that, paradoxically, appeal to Rousseau. Were it not for the notion of private property, real estate, or women, there would be no wars, and so, for Rousseau, no merit in life. Thus, contradictions define as they undo us. When Rousseau sent Voltaire his Discourse on Inequality, the great man was amused. "I have received your new book against the human race, and thank you for it. Never was such a cleverness used in the design of making us all stupid. One longs, in reading your book, to walk on all fours. But as I have lost that habit for more than 60 years, I feel unhappily the impossibility of resuming it. Nor can I embark in search of the savages of Canada, because the maladies to which I am condemned render a European surgeon necessary to me. Because war is going on in these regions, and because the example of our actions has made the savages nearly as bad as ourselves." A few years later, in The Social Contract, Rousseau questioned the divine right of kings and spoke up for democracy. One is not surprised to learn that he was befriended by two kings, Frederick the Great of Prussia and, surprisingly, George III of England. Burke found Rousseau vain. Hume noted, "He has only felt during the whole course of his life." Certainly, he does not seem to have thought much. In fact, he, more than any other philosopher, puts feeling ahead of reason, and so made romanticism inevitable for those who were moved by such rhetoric as, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains. One man thinks himself the master of others, but remains more of a slave than they are." This reverberates still. Yet, what does it mean, as I was taught at Exeter to ask myself when faced with any statement? Man is born a baby, and what baby was ever free? Yesterday was the longest day of the year, June 21st, 1993, and always to be celebrated if only with full attention. Hot, dry, luminous. A cool wind starts up as the sun passes the limestone cliff to our west. I sat at the pool, idly reading Hazlitt's Political Journalism, deploring his exclamation marks, while noting, rather grimly, how this sort of journalism tends, in future time, to die upon the page. Swifts dive-bomb the pool. Dragonflies skim the dark blue water. The pool's navy blue interior produces a pale, star-sapphire effect when the noon sun strikes it. 2 weeks in Germany, Norway, and Austria. Good to get away from paradise. The point to paradise is to get away from it in order to want to get back. Spoke at the American houses in Leipzig, Berlin, Hamburg, Cologne, Frankfurt, Stuttgart, and Munich. A weekend in Norway, where I spoke at a festival in the north, at Molde. I also experience the Arctic white night, which never ends in that season. It is no wonder that the natives take to drink. Sat on a boat in a fjord, eating freshly caught shrimp. Herons decorated the green woods and perched on grey rocks. The horizon at Molde is a circle of more than 100 mountain peaks, each capped with snow year-round. I am followed about by a journalist from the principal Oslo newspaper. He keeps asking, how is it possible for so famous an American writer not to be translated? Only my worst novel, In a Yellow Wood, 1947, has been published in Norwegian. I keep saying that he must ask a Norwegian publisher, not me. The usual answer is that everyone reads English in Scandinavia, which is not true, though a number do, as I discovered when asked to sign ancient paperbacks in English. Finally, a novelist explained to the journalist that I had been critical of the American Empire, to which Norway was humbly attached. We were always cringing toward the English as our protector. Then, since the war, we have had the same relationship with the United States, so any American writer that our American master doesn't approve of, we ignore. Though I am published in Germany, I am usually invisible, and a German editor in Berlin said, as a conquered province for 45 years, we would never do anything that might displease the Americans. Germans are very disciplined, you know. That's why there is no need for censorship. Everyone censors himself automatically. Even our left has hardly any idea that people like you and Chomsky exist in America. They think the U.S. is a capitalistic monolith where everyone writes like John Updike, supporting the consumer society. And empire, I added helpfully. Then, to be fair to Updike, I add to my addition, he is very radical on the subject of adultery. A great theme, the editor agrees. Perhaps the only theme. Certainly more important than politics or radicalism. I say the terrible word. Taboo in Germany as well as America. What else is literature, I intone, but marriage by other means? I have just noted that The City and the Pillar has never been published anywhere in Scandinavia, while it was only published in Germany a few years ago by a gay ghetto publishing house. On the other hand, Eastern Europeans, freed of their imperial Puritan master, are publishing it in a half-dozen translations. The Czechs have also just brought out Duluth. At least I have arrived in Eastern Mitteleuropa. Curious that a career like mine should be almost as conditioned by the political weather as that of any writer in the old Soviet Union. Philip Roth told me how, years ago, he used to meet with a Czech writer who was popular only in the underground samizdat. The writer naturally longed for above-ground publication. Philip said that it wasn't all that wonderful. In fact, he envied the Czech's dedicated audience. What the Czech wrote mattered a great deal to those who read him, while nothing that is written matters much to anyone in the United States. The Czech was not convinced. Philip gave him the American reviews of his latest book. The Czech read them. I see what you mean, he said. You must carry about with you a great deal of stupidity. I have made a tentative peace with the New York Times. The editor of the editorial page just rang up. He's in Positano. He will come to lunch on Monday. Meanwhile, a magazine in London offers me what I am told is a fortune to interview the Prime Minister. I pointed out that if they really wanted to make a splash, John Major should interview me. After all, he too reads Trollope. We could talk about the master. I say no to all book chat now. No book reviewing after 40, said the critic F.W. Dupee. I am well past the cutoff. Actually, to do a piece well takes a long time, and time is not a thing that I am eager to fling idly through life's transom window. I find ruminating upon the past interesting when I focus on someone else, less so when confronted with my youthful self, an elusive, even blank figure whom I don't remember much about. Meanwhile, as the days blue, gold, and green rush by, one wonders just how much more time one has before extinction. If I live as long as my father, 5 years. As long as my mother, 7 years. As long as the senator, 10 years. As long as my grandmother, 15 years. The last few shaking to pieces in her bed with Parkinson's disease and crying out for Demerol, which Dr. Huffman, the morphine giver to my mother, refused to give a woman in her 80s for fear that she might become an addict. I admire Fred Dupuis' departure. He had lunch in his house at Carmel with friends and wife. He remarked upon the beauty of the day, was in excellent form even though he was soon to go into the hospital for an operation, cancer of the bladder. Later, alone in the house, he wrote a farewell note. A distinguished literary critic, Fred had an allergy to writing anything at all by this time, and so the composition of a last letter must have annoyed him. Then he took pills, a most elegant stoic departure. I believe he is the only writer ever to begin a book with the word although. Yesterday, July 15th, turned out a perfect day in what today's newspaper assures us will be a brief, very brief interregnum before a hot phase, followed by the arrival, I suppose, of glaciers. A slice of glacial ice has revealed the weather of the last 250,000 years. Apparently, dramatic shifts from hot to cold are the rule, not the exception. The last 10,000 years has been so comfortable for our breed that we have bred like a mutant strain of bacteria. But the hot and the cold will come again, and it is possible that we may not have time to adjust from the present moderate temperatures to a sudden heating up and melting of the polar ice caps, the flooding of coastal cities, and then new glaciers. We are apt to become extinct. A consoling thought on one of the most beautiful days that I remember here on the coast, or anywhere else for that matter. The light is an intense gold that irradiates the rooms that overlook the, cobalt sea 400 meters below the cliff onto which the house is built. I walked in the chestnut woods that grow on a fairly steep incline. The property is some 7 acres of terraces, each with its own character. Vines on one, a lemon orchard on another, as well as olive trees and rose gardens. Each terrace has its own view of the sea below and beyond. Only in the woods can one see nothing but green. The reflection of the intense gold light through the green leaves is dazzling. I ponder the eventual scorching of these woods, to be followed by the creeping flow of sterile ice. World disaster is always comforting to contemplate, if not to undergo. My imagination is often triggered by the what-if that leads to the end of things. The perfect day continued until moonless night. I swam in the pool and saved a small lizard from drowning. I recalled the grubby pool at the Royal Lodge at Windsor, where Princess Margaret and I, in mid-pool, saved a number of bees from drowning, she exhorting them in a powerful Hanoverian voice to go forth and make honey. Mention of her here reminds me that I read too many of those magazines that seem to have taken the place of books for those still able to read. Yet, without much pleasure, I am reading Hazlitt's political writings. I had the same experience with Orwell once he got off literature and popular culture and onto the politics of his day. How quickly our day's urgencies turn tedious. Popular review sketch in London circa 1930. An earnest woman, in fustian evening gown with a necklace of wooden beads, crosses to lectern at center stage and says, in a loud voice, "India!" The curtain falls to ecstatic applause. When Orwell writes Spain, or Hazlitt, Napoleon, one's eyelids droop. Surely this does not happen when I write Ron and Nancy. At least my characters are inherently comic, or so I find them. Today, I wonder why I am so content inhabiting, as I do, a body so keen to disassemble. Then I realize why. Perfect day to one side. I do not want anything. I am past all serious desire for anything. At the moment, anyway. In Edmund Wilson's journals, I find that he, too, at my age, had bad dreams, the result of heavy drinking. Like mine, his dreams have to do with frustration. There is also a recurring dream that I thought unique to me. In one's familiar house, there is an unsuspected door that opens into suite after suite of splendid rooms. I also dream that I have gone into an unfamiliar brownstone house in New York City only to realize that I own the building but can never recall its address. Wilson liked to ask friends if they ever dream of flying. Most of them have. He wanted to know how high they fly, and are people watching, and do they fly easily or with effort? Answers vary. Some fly smoothly above an astonished crowd. Some are too embarrassed to want others to know that they can fly. Some beat the air with their arms in order to attain altitude. I do. While others tread air as if it were water. Wilson himself glides over the countryside with the greatest of ease. At exactly my age, he has angina, arthritis, gout. Thus far, I have controllable high blood pressure, a tendency to diabetes that is no problem if one eats carefully. On the other hand, my half to two-thirds of a bottle of whiskey in the evening might give me cirrhosis one day, but then, after so many healthy days, why fret over the famous one day that arrives sooner or later, in my case already later, for everyone? In the current great August heat, I can take no exercise other than a couple of laps in the pool. At times, I miss my once vigorous body. Wilson was intensely social to the end. He needed people to talk at, and he liked to perform magic tricks. I am reviewing his last journals. Unlike Wilson, I am not social. I also like giving up things, letting go. The British Embassy in Rome has just rung. Will I come to dinner for Princess Margaret in September, 2 months away? I say no. I don't want, ever again, to sit at a formal table with a strange lady on either side of me and make conversation. As I say no to dinner, I wonder if I am a bad friend. She has been here. I have stayed with her at Windsor. But in the last few years, neither has made an effort to see the other. For some reason, I am relieved not to see most people, even those I like, or once liked. I understand now why the old enjoy the obituaries of contemporaries. I used to put this down to play acting in the face of memento mori. Now I think it is a sense of relief in letting go for good of people whose presence one no longer needs. I recall something Santayana said as he led me into his cell at the convent. As you see, I live as if I were already dead. Princess Margaret was operated on last year, a close call. She was told again to give up cigarettes and whiskey. Kathleen Tynan has just arrived with a message from M. Kick him in the shins for me. He never rings up. Then give him a big kiss. Just how detached is one supposed to be in what the bird used to refer to as the crocodile years? I suddenly recall Princess Margaret's grim admonition, you must meet young people, or else. The others are going or gone. But, or else, is not so bad. Some days I don't walk beyond the property. The several acres that we have here are now quite enough of a world for me, and far more beautiful than most other worlds. I've not set foot in Rome since April, when we gave up the apartment, after 30 years. Old age is turning out to be like youth. There is a tendency to daydream, but never about the past. I am so much in the present that I don't seem to need recollected time at all. What I am doing now is an act of will that, occasionally, becomes exciting when I detect a puzzle, a mystery, something unexamined. Now, thanks to Kathleen, Princess Margaret's voice is beginning to sound, unbidden, in my head. I detested Queen Mary. The blue eyes sometimes look as if they are illuminated from within. She was rude to all of us except Lilibet, who was going to be queen. Of course, she had an inferiority complex. We were royal, and she was not. I took the princess and her 2 children to the monastery above Naples. In the refectory, there is a row of carved wooden seats for the abbot and the other high-ranking members of the order. Here's my seat, said the boy, David, taking his place several places to the right of the abbot. And here's yours, he said to his sister, who took her seat. Each knew his exact place in succession to the crown. "Stop that!" thundered their mother in her best Lady Bracknell voice. She is far too bright for her station in life, which she takes altogether too solemnly. A bit of Scandinavian modesty might have seen the family through. But Shakespeare has enchanted them quite as much as he has their subjects, enchanted and created not only their family, but their nation, too, through his fanciful recreation and celebration of their predecessors. He was a Tudor flack of genius. M looks, at times, exactly like Charles I, whose blood-stained shirt she borrowed from the museum at Kensington Palace and wore at a fancy dress party. The past is now working overtime for me. In the mail, a set of photographs of the 50th reunion of my class at St. Albans. I recognize only 2 or 3 of the stout, gray old men. There's an accompanying letter from a master first appointed in the year that the class graduated. He, too, found it hard to recognize the golden youths of a half-century ago. He reported how one of them, an athlete named Carter, had gone to see Ted Smith, now in a mental home. Ted was a droll, gangling, dark-haired boy whom Jimmy had bedded before me. Ted's life had not been happy. Alcoholism, divorces, and now he is institutionalized. When Carter first heard that Jimmy had been killed, he had had a nervous breakdown. Now, long since recovered, he sat with Ted, who babbled of green fields. When Carter mentioned Jimmy, Ted was galvanized, sat up straight and said, "Why, he was just here. He just now left. If you hurry, you can find him in the hall." Was there ever so furious and restless a ghost? Or is it that we, the survivors, are so traumatized to this day by his abrupt absence from our lives that we are still trying to summon his ghost? For years, whenever I was in a numinous place like Delphi or Delos, I would address the night, "Jimmy, are you anywhere?" And almost always the wind would rise. But I am neither a believer in an afterlife nor a mystic, and, unlike Santayana, I cannot begin to imagine what it must be like. Yet I still want Jimmy to be somewhere, if only on this page. At 11:30 every morning, a tourist boat passes below the house, and from 400 meters below, I hear a woman's voice describing, first in Italian, then in English, the villa of Gore Vidal. I hear my name clearly, but cannot make out exactly what she is saying. Last year, Nureyev said that she also discussed him as he lay in bed on his island off Positano. She come to me first, 9 o'clock. He rather enjoyed her. I don't. I feel as if I were being forced to listen in on an extension telephone where I am being discussed. Doubtless, I am reacting against my mother, who was a compulsive eavesdropper, as well as interceptor of the mail of others. Nina's spying backfired during a September-July romance that she was having with an actor in Southampton. On an extension telephone, she heard him speak lovingly to a man in New York whom he was to see the following day. Furiously, Nina confronted him. Not only was he two-timing her, he was, as she had always feared, let's face it, a sexual degenerate. He admitted the first, denied the second because that was not a man, he said. That was the actress Edith Atwater. She has a very deep voice, and we are being married tomorrow. Later, Edith was in a road company of my play, The Best Man. Once we made eye contact at a rehearsal and, without a word, both laughed at Nina. I have always preferred the company of actors to writers, but given the choice, who does not? Of the two professions, actors are the most modest and the least secure. They also tell better stories. Writers tend to self-pity and crude envy. A new biography of Anais has just arrived. It is a joy. According to the biographer, I wanted people to believe that Anais was my mistress. I, who skulked along country lanes for fear that I be seen with her. Then, after the biographer reveals that Anais was a compulsive liar, she blithely writes that at 20 I had wanted to marry Anais as a cover for my sex life. No source is given for any of this nonsense. She also proclaims that we had no affair. This is true. I have never had an affair with anyone. Sex, yes. Friendships, yes. The two combined, no. Jimmy, of course, was something else. Me. I suppose my own self-pity is adequate to the task of being, for half a century, a writer, but as I have never experienced sexual jealousy of anyone, I have also never been envious of another writer. If a reviewer prefers X to me, I will dislike the reviewer, not X. Also, the reverse of envy, I am drawn to those writers who do what I cannot do. Thus, I was able, at 25, to settle down with Howard Austin, age 21. We had met anonymously at the Everard Baths. How, we are often asked, have you stayed together for 44 years? The answer is no sex. This satisfies no one, of course, but there, as Henry James would say, it is.